Is it? Hey, welcome back. It's the afternoon of day 2 here at the C-Space studio at CES 2025. We're having great conversations with thought leaders across advertising, marketing, media, and branding. My name is James Kotecki, and joining me right now is Paolo Yuvienko, Chief Technology Officer at Omnicom. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Really grateful to have you in the C-Space studio. I always like to get people to define the brand. I'm sure that, we're in the C-Space studio here at C-Space. I'm sure many people know what Omnicom is, but this goes out to all of CES and hopefully the world, frankly. So tell us what Omnicom is in your words.
Omnicom is one of the largest advertising and marketing and sales holding companies in the world. Yep. We do everything from developing insights to activation to optimization of marketing media campaigns for our clients. We are increasingly doing more management of their sales opportunities as well. Mm-hmm. So, we're really kind of covering the gamut as it relates to bridging the gap between marketing and sales.
Yeah, and there's so many industry verticals that you're covering. I mean, I don't know if there's really one that you don't cover. So you really have kind of a global view of really what's going on in marketing and sales all over the place. Yeah. And so that lends myself perfectly to the next question, which is what's your message here at CES 2025? What brings you here?
Well, I think the message generally at CES is that transformation is a continuous journey, mm-hmm. right? So if you look at CES every year, there's new technologies being expressed, coming to life through the cars, the gadgets, the devices on the show floor. And many people make the mistake of thinking that transformation is a destination. But the reality is that consumers are constantly evolving and their expectations are constantly increasing. Yeah. So in order to meet and exceed those expectations, organizations like Omnicom and our clients need to continuously transform. So I think generally the message and what CES really stands for is this idea of continuous transformation.
Yeah, and is there an element of people might want to sprint to that destination that they maybe falsely assume is there, and then they kind of relax and take a breath, and it's when you're taking that breath that the next transformation happens.
That's exactly it, and we see this year over year, again, through the things that you see here on the exhibit floor. That transformation is continuous.
Tell me about your job. You have a really cool job as Chief Technology Officer. How much of that is internal technology for the company? How much of it is external facing? Obviously, you're doing conversations like this. So what does it mean in your role at that company?
So there's a clear distinction between kind of our IT function, which mm-hmm. looks primarily at our internal IT systems, our functions, our back office, and really how I look at the world. I really look at the world on how to increase the effectiveness and increase the efficiency of how we deliver work for our clients and the work that we're delivering for our clients. So I'm very much externally focused, mm-hmm. looking at what are the services that we're providing, how can we make those services better, how can we make those services more effective and drive better outcomes for our clients.
So it then strikes me, given the breadth of the clients that you're serving, even given where we are here at CES, which has so many different technologies, you personally could be focused in so many different things. So what is actually rising to the top of your mind right now?
Well, I think the obvious one is generative AI, right? So I've been looking at generative AI probably for almost 2.5 years now, and how it's going to impact not just our agencies, how it's going to impact our holding company, but how it's going to impact the industry at large. And how do we utilize that technology? How do we make it, go from generative AI being a tool to it being an assistant for our people, and ultimately becoming a partner, a creative partner, a strategic partner for every one of our employees.
What are your customers expecting from AI right now? I mean, there's been an interesting hype cycle with AI that I think is, in some ways, I kind of wonder based on my conversations and the trends I see having conversations like this, if AI is just going to always be part of the conversations I have here in the C-Space studio forever. But we have seen an interesting hype cycle with so much money invested into generative AI, and then people kind of wondering, well, where's the business impact? So what do you actually see people expecting AI to do right now? What can you do?
I think there's two kind of thoughts around how AI, and specifically generative AI, is going to affect the work that we do and the campaigns and the messaging that we provide for our clients. One is around efficiency. Yep. That's the obvious one. Is generative AI going to drive efficiency across the workflow, of the marketing workflow. The other then is actually the more interesting one, is that how does generative AI allow us to explore new territories? There's a creative strategist inside one of our agencies who I love to quote. He kind of makes this analogy that there's a horse and there's a spaceship. And that on the efficiency side, yes, generative AI will let you get from one place to another faster.
Yeah.
But a spaceship, you should also look at generative AI as a spaceship, that it can take you to uncharted territories.
Yeah.
And that this brings to life the expression of creativity in new, different ways that will inspire and delight consumers.
At an organizational level, what kind of guardrails or even philosophies do you put in place to make sure that AI is doing the right thing, however you define what the right thing is?
I think the short answer to that is alignment. So at Omnicom, we've incorporated in our workflows numerous large and small language models. And we've applied techniques like fine-tuning, retrieval augmented generation, otherwise known as RAG, to guide the models and to ultimately to ground them in the knowledge that's going to drive the best outcome for our clients. In addition, we've established pretty concrete policies around the responsible use of generative AI. So all of that culminates into really the highest standards, we believe, what our clients expect as it relates to things like ethics and responsible use.
Yeah, and in those policies, how much? I mean, it's an interesting position for you to be in as an entity that's known for human creativity. How do you think about balancing the human creative edge as this technology continues to evolve and get better?
Yeah. So, I mean, what's the definition of creativity, right? It's the use of one's imagination, right? I like to always quote something that's been attributed to Einstein. I don't know if it's actually true, but it's been said that he stated that creativity is intelligence having fun. And I think none of that really changes, right? So the tools will change for sure. The expression of creativity will come in different forms and new forms, as we discussed earlier with the spaceship analogy.
Yeah.
But the idea of creativity doesn't change. And I think the combination of human creativity with machine intelligence, I think those two things become a formidable combination to drive better customer engagement and ultimately better outcomes for our clients.
As you look out across your client base in the industry and the industries you play in generally, what are you seeing now in terms of sentiment on personalization and privacy? And I almost said versus privacy. I'm not necessarily sure they are opposed, but one can imagine situations where they might be. So
yeah, I think, at least at Omnicom, we believe that privacy is the right of every consumer. So we ground ourselves in that notion. And then anything that we do as it relates to addressing those consumers, creating the right message at the right time in the right place, all of that is based on the idea that consumers that is absolutely a right for consumers. So how do we apply that? Well, it's ethically sourced data. It is utilizing the technologies in the most appropriate way and all the different outlets of those technologies and endpoints like your walled gardens, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I think, again, privacy goes hand in hand with how we address our marketing activities.
Is there a technology outside of what you deal with day to day that you find inspiring or interesting that kind of maybe feeds back into the work that you do?
I think quantum computing is probably the one that is still somewhat abstract, and you hear a lot about it. It's probably still a decade out, maybe less.
It's a buzzword here at CES 2025, though.
But it is an absolute game changer from a conceptual perspective. What it's going to allow us to do, what it will allow, the human race to achieve, I think is going to be exponential in comparison to what we've seen just in the last 20 years.
Wow. And to close us out, 2025 will be the year of blank.
Well, if I take it in the context of generative AI, right? So we've been talking a lot about that. So if you think of 2023, which was relatively short after the launch of ChatGPT, that was the year of experimentation as it relates to generative AI. 2024 was really the year of operationalization. How do you operationalize generative AI into your workflows? I think 2025 is going to be the year where we start to commercialize that. How do we figure out how that's going to become a more viable commercial model for not just our agencies and our holding company, but for the industry at large?
Where we answer that business value question.
That's correct.
Well, Paolo Yuvienko, Chief Technology Officer at Omnicom, we really appreciate your time today in the C-Space studio.
Great. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
And thank you so much for watching. I'm James Kotecki. This is CES 2025. You're watching the C-Space studio. Don't go anywhere, because many more great conversations are coming your way. Hey, welcome back. You're in the C-Space studio with me, James Kotecki. We are here at CES 2025, and we are here with Brian O'Kelly, CEO and co-founder of Scope 3. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so tell us about Scope 3. What is Scope 3?
So Scope 3 is a sustainability platform built to measure and reduce the carbon impact of digital technology and especially digital advertising.
Okay, so tell us about the platform. If I log in, what am I looking at? Give us the visual.
First thing we do is we get you to pull in all of the money you've spent on different advertising channels. So different platforms, programmatic, non-programmatic. We need to get a picture of where you're spending money. And every dollar you spend in advertising is actually going and getting an ad to be chosen by some technology, maybe programmatic, maybe more traditional, and then delivered to a user device. And every step of that process takes electricity. In cases, huge amounts. And with AI, we're seeing even more electricity.
Yes,
and
so get into that,
so what you're seeing in the dashboard is how much money did I spend, how much carbon did that generate, and was it worth it? Was the performance I got worth the carbon?
Okay, and then so do your clients define worth it in different ways, or is there a standard threshold for what worth it means?
Well, I mean, if we ever standardize performance measurement, like this whole event is done.
Okay.
But no, I mean, we can look at this across any metric, right? Just instead of dividing your conversions or your return on ad spend or whatever by dollars, let's also divide it by carbon. And then the question is also, is it easy to get rid of? So if you're buying a bunch of ads that no one sees, so you buy a bunch of non-viewable advertising, that's wasting money and it's wasting carbon. And so we really look for actionable ways to reduce waste that happen to be both good for the pocketbook and good for the planet.
And I imagine that companies might want to adopt a platform like this in order to help to meet their promises for how much carbon they are planning to reduce, right? But my question to you is, once they start measuring this stuff, might they be reticent to measure it because it's like, oh, we never even measured this in the first place. So when we had our initial promise, we had some baseline of what we thought we were emitting, and that didn't even include advertising because we just forgot to calculate that. And now we actually realize we have more of a work to do.
Yeah, well, a guy named Ruben Schroyers had a great term, which is FOFO, fear of finding out. And in Europe, there's a regulation called CSRD that requires all major companies to report their emissions. So this is actually sort of a solved problem in that any global company is already being forced by California, by Singapore, by Australia, by Europe. If you're doing business globally, you have to report your emissions, and that implies that you need to look at every material part of your business. And yes, there are certainly smaller companies that don't have the resources to do that, but I think folks are realizing that digital is a legitimately significant part of the carbon story.
And do you have a way of contextualizing either quantitatively or qualitatively how much worse of a problem things are now because of generative AI, as you mentioned? How much more electricity is that using?
So I just put out a blog post on this because I was curious about this. Based on some projections by McKinsey, by 2028, data centers in the US will use 580 terawatt hours of electricity, which is about 12% of the US total. That's the same as, I think it was California, Texas, and New Jersey combined.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Now that's all data centers, right? That's not necessarily just going into advertising.
Correct. And we look at AI as well as advertising. They're both really significant. What's interesting is that ads fund the digital world. If you look at Meta, Google, they're almost 100% advertising. So if you think about advertising as the subsidized part of all of this investment that Meta makes in AI. So if you can look at advertising as the sort of supply chain, the downstream of the digital world, if you can influence advertising, you can influence the biggest companies in the world. And that's why CES is a technology show, but so much of technology overlaps advertising, it overlaps sustainability. I mean, this is really one conversation we're having.
And when people start using your platform, do they find that low-hanging fruit often? Are there typically things where it's like, oh, that's just a complete waste, and are there easy things for them to fix?
Oh yeah. In my past life, I invented programmatic advertising. And so one of the things I found building one of the largest platforms in the world was that there's a huge amount of waste in the programmatic ecosystem. And that's financial waste, that's carbon waste. There's so many low-hanging fruits.
And programmatic was built to solve the waste problem from just like spray and pray advertising, right?
Exactly, but it created another problem. And so, yeah, I feel like I kind of know where the bodies are buried. And you can say, well, Brian, you buried them. Well, hey, we still got to dig them up. We got to solve this problem. And yeah, most people who work with us see 10, 15% improvement in performance as measured by them, and 30, 40, 50% reduction in carbon. So there's a big opportunity.
And does this go hand in hand with the drive just to make AI and advertising just generally more efficient? So in other words, if you're working on solving the carbon problem, might you accidentally or intentionally also be solving other efficiency problems that will help you in other areas of business?
Of course. And in fact, we solve the money problems and happen to solve carbon problems.
Okay.
You know, if you think about buying a third of your ads are non-viewable. Well, if we could get rid of that, that's a third less carbon and a third less financial waste. And in AI, if you think about effective uses of AI, right, there's ways to use AI that are really efficient and really effective. I use it a lot. But when I'm engaging with AI, it's, I believe, a fairly high value engagement. You know, but there's a lot of things you could do that are not very useful or effective. Maybe we shouldn't do those things with AI. You know, I can check the weather on my phone as opposed to asking ChatGPT, what's the weather today?
And do you think we'll get to a point, maybe now or maybe in the future, where there's that kind of societal individual awareness? And just like as an individual, I'm encouraged to recycle. I'm also encouraged, like, don't use generative AI for certain things. Are we going to get to that point?
You know, I think it's all about money. Uber is a great example where Uber was heavily subsidized in New York back when it started. It was way cheaper than a taxi. And so everyone's like, wow, it's easier to use and it's cheaper. And then one day, you know, Uber started losing billions of dollars and they're like, actually, we should probably charge full fare. And Uber prices doubled. And now people are like, maybe I shouldn't drive a car. And then this week we have congestion pricing in New York. So the government's getting involved. So there's all these economic reasons that maybe it's not the best thing to do to drive a car. So I think we're going to see all those things. We're going to see less subsidies from big tech. We're going to see consumers starting to think about this from a convenience and cost perspective. And we'll see the government plug in either on the energy side or on the demand side to make this a less, you know, no-brainer decision for consumers.
But from what you're saying, I mean, it sounds like there's what you believe are a lot of tailwinds for what you're doing that are maybe independent from necessarily the political whims of the moment. There's long-term trends here that no matter who's in power, what administration, nationally or globally, we're still going to be seeing these trends play out.
We're saving people tons of money. And so, you know, in any administration, if I can find you millions or tens of millions of dollars of cost savings, you're going to want to work with us. And if it happens to be great for the environment, awesome.
How are your conversations here at CES 2025? What have you been talking about? How have you been received?
I've been blown away by the engagement with our team. I've been talking to extremely senior people about this, and what they've said is, you know, this is a critical issue for them in 2025. And these are some of the biggest companies in the world saying we have to do something, which I was worried that with the Trump administration and, you know, Elon coming out with a lot of anti-ESG noise and big banks pulling out of climate agreements, like, are we seeing a shift away? And what I've seen so far is the opposite, that I think everyone's saying, look, we have to do this, and we can't wait for the government to come make it happen.
Are you optimistic about the future, given where we are in climate change?
I am optimistic in the medium term, and I'm terrified in the short term. I think the next 3 to 5 years, you know, AI is so powerful, it's going to get adopted. And I think that if you look at the government actions that should happen, they're not going to happen, at least in the US right now. China's economy is not looking great. They may not be as aggressive on some of these issues. Like, we may just not be quick enough. And the problem of an overshoot on climate is that, you know, the temperature is going to go up, and it's going to be really hard to get it down. And that's going to impact hundreds of millions of lives around the world. And I get nervous, you know, look, the weather is not the climate. The fact that there's fires in LA right now is not directly because of climate change. But the fact that there's more fires in general, that is.
It's all connected.
And so I just think we're going to cause a lot of human suffering unnecessarily, but we'll get there.
Okay. So that was kind of terrifying in the short term, but I do like your medium term
but optimistic.
optimism.
Yes.
You mentioned in a previous life you did programmatic. You started programmatic advertising, and I looked at your bio and I saw co-founder at least twice, 2 other times, so 3 times total in your background. So is that right? You're a 3-time co-founder.
Yeah.
Does it get any easier to start something new?
Yes. It does get easier because once you've sold a couple of companies for $1 billion, investors are like, like, have some money. But the stakes are higher. So the pressure I feel to make this company work because of the climate implications are just so high. So I'm working harder now, I think, than I worked, you know, 10 years ago, which is weird because financially it's not as much of a driver for me, but I feel like this has to happen and there's nobody else doing it. So it's, it's easier in some ways, but it's just as stressful, and I'm just as exhausted.
Well, thank you for taking a few minutes and spending it with us. Brian O'Kelly, Scope 3.
Thanks for having
very
me.
Much. And thank you so much for watching. This is the C-Space Studio. I'm James Kotecki. More conversations are coming your way, so don't go anywhere. This is CES 2025. Hey, welcome back. You're in the C-Space studio, sponsored by Integral Ad Science. I am James Kotecki, and this is CES 2025. And we are very excited to be joined by a returning guest, Amanda Richman, this time in a new role, VP Global Media Sales at Microsoft. Welcome back, Amanda.
Thank you. Great to be here again, James.
So what brings you to CES 2025? You said, we were talking before this, you've been to CES
number
before.
12,
Yeah.
I swear,
Lucky number
exactly,
12,
and a
Baker's
nice
dozen.
shift.
Yeah.
Used to be back in the day, as we were saying, Digital Tribe would be doing the tours and just talking about the future, and now we're all here in grown-up positions.
Exactly.
And living the future.
Yes.
And trying to get faster to it, maybe, in the world of AI.
So what kind of future are you living? What are you up to?
This is an amazing place right now to start the year for all of us to talk about the what's next and the what's now. And at the center of that, I think in every conversation is about AI and what's happening and where's the experimentation, where are the opportunities. But how does that move us from today and some of our focus on efficiency to the tomorrow and what that looks like?
Yeah. So tell me about, maybe I want to talk about today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
So tell me about the cutting edge of what's possible today from where you sit at Microsoft.
We haven't started to see the cutting edge, honestly. The focus so much has been on the first days of developing habits in our own people and in opportunities with consumers and understanding what could the ad models look like, doing some early research and learnings, understanding what the commercialization of that would look like, and building that habit, fortunately from the starting point of just efficiencies and looking at those opportunities of creating time and space for people, but with the notion of unlocking creativity and human potential down the road. And that's a field of constant experimentation, and that's the mindset that we need from marketers as well.
I like the idea of, I like the notion of habit. Does that imply that there's some habits that you or others need to break, or maybe that you want to share that we all need to kind of break? Are there certain mentalities that we're still struggling against as we don't even fully realize the power of what we have?
For us, it's creating the habit with use of Copilot every day in our everyday work and life, and making sure that you're very intentional about thinking about that, not just related to a task, but making a part of how you operate and how you get things done.
Yeah.
The risk is also that we get too fast down the road of how do we optimize today's workflow and tasks, when actually this has the opportunity to completely reinvent businesses, reinvent how we work, how we actually move from a product concept to ideation. So to not get into the micro optimization, but to pull back,
Ooh, I like that.
Takes us from habit to real impact.
And that's what we're trying to do here in the C-Space studio, is to pull back and think about those broad themes. So then, if we pull back a little bit then, what are you excited about, some things that we'll be able to do in the near to midterm future that maybe we can't quite do right now?
You know what I'm starting to see more of, and this isn't necessarily midterm, but just the notion of how do we unlock potential in people around ideation with the human element almost as a bookend.
Yeah.
We talk about this with the creative process, right? You still need the craft and the talent and leadership to create great messaging, but much of that process can then move to more automation and pulling in data and helping to form insights, but still a craft at the end too, before going live, to make sure that lives true to what we think consumer expectations are.
Yeah.
So that level of unlocking thinking and creativity is maybe getting closer to a midpoint, and certainly still very human involved in unlocking their potential.
Yeah, I had a moment in 2024 where I was using AI to ideate something or create something, and it came up with this idea that I felt an emotion, a spark in me of, oh my gosh, this is how I actually feel when I'm collaborating with a human being. And it was weird in some ways and unsettling, but it was really remarkable that it's at that point. And it's interesting too that you're kind of defining this as an epoch of needing to remind ourselves and get into the habit of using generative AI, Copilot in your case, every day. It's kind of like back in the day, people maybe who weren't trained on just searching for something would be like, oh, I forgot, I can just search for it instead of just asking someone who might not know the answer. The idea that, oh, now there's an app on your phone that's for everything now. And so now we're getting into this new mindset. So
exactly, and you're training it every time that you're working with it, right? So it's getting smarter, it's reading these signals, it's becoming more of your personal companion. And fast forward to the future, then an agentic marketplace. Now you've built your own agent, maybe multiple agents represent your different states of mind or ways of working or personal and work life. How does that then interact with other agents from brands, marketers, et cetera? And to have that exchange where it's seeking out the information, the deals, the value that you're looking for.
So if you send Amanda AI agent out into the world to do a task for you, how do you start to build trust within yourself that like, oh, I really trust, because there's one thing to have a quick chat with a chatbot. It's another thing to say, okay, agent who's kind of like me in some capacity, go out into the world and do something for me and report back, and you're kind of be my avatar and represent me. So how do you start, is there a step process to try and getting people to trust this more?
That comes back to trusting with, we believe, the company and the product through experimentation.
Yeah.
And at Microsoft, we think we're sitting in a really great spot because people trust Microsoft. We take AI very responsibly and very seriously when it comes to responsible AI principles. All the code we ship, all the interactions we have in developing product and more, keeps in mind accountability and fairness, responsibility, privacy, security.
Yeah.
And we think that trust, building that into people's habits of use and proving out the value gets us there faster.
So I've got my agents out in the world. I'm using AI in a responsible way, but I'm getting to be really creative with it. Does the future of work still feel like work? Is the definition of work really going to change in some of these roles?
Yeah, definition of work has been changing so much from a post-COVID lens, right, in how we work and where we work. But now this notion of what does it do when we define work, I think unlocks the potential to say where are we making impact, where are we using and unlocking our superpowers, and what things can Copilot do, in that case, to actually free up more time for that.
Yeah.
It should feel less like work and how it used to be framed,
Yeah.
and hopefully more like unlocking your potential and making sure that you're contributing in a different way than you would have before.
I want to talk about gaming, which obviously Microsoft is all over as well. How is gaming evolving from your perspective as the VP of Global Media Sales? And what are some of the trends that you're looking at as the year and the years to come go on?
So this may be the anti-trend, but we're sitting in a world of 3.4 billion gamers. So too often marketers still see gaming as innovation and innovation budgets, or as a trend. This is where the reach is. And increasingly, this is where community is.
Yeah.
You talk to anyone who's a gamer, they're logging on and they're connecting with friends, defining friends they've never met in person, but they're building relationships with.
Yeah.
And so for marketers to understand that reach and engagement potential and really go all in, not thinking of it only as gaming in a console environment, but how it's across an entire ecosystem of PC, mobile, console.
Right.
And obviously we sit on top of that with Activision Blizzard King and Xbox and Microsoft Casual Games to knit that all together and help support that community.
And then, of course, the ways that that can and will interact with AI and generative AI is potentially mind-boggling.
Exactly. Ultimately, it's about better consumer experiences, better gamer experiences, and that's what we hope Copilot will unlock when we start to embed that as well.
Yeah. I want to ask you about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Are some, there's an interesting moment that we're at right now, culturally, politically, as businesses. Where does Microsoft stand on that in a world where maybe some positions are changing around that?
Yeah. Companies may be backing away from DEI, Microsoft is not. Leaders don't back away from DEI, and our commitment to inclusivity is stronger than ever. You cannot grow a business without embracing inclusivity. You cannot grow at the rate that we believe is possible without having diverse perspectives and people within your organization and fully supporting them so they can be working at their best.
Yeah, and is that especially resonant for you? It sounds like, when you gave that answer, you seemed pretty passionate about it.
Exactly, and I think Microsoft attracts people that are passionate about that, about creating opportunities for people and making sure that we're understanding the consumers, which is the world in our case, and true to our mission, which is to empower people and every person, every organization to achieve more.
Speaking of personal empowerment, I looked in your bio and your LinkedIn page. I think you were self-employed for a moment before you got this new role. Did being out on your own give you a new perspective on the world of work, or any new perspectives there?
Absolutely. The ear to the ground, the understanding and having different conversations across the marketplace and the whole ecosystem, from a personal level to see where can I make the biggest impact, but to understand what are the needs of marketers at a different level, and how can we actually network across an amazing community of people in this industry who all show up at CES and all want to make the world better and figure out how to continue to advance technology in the name of humanity.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of LinkedIn, another Microsoft product, Microsoft entity, we are live on LinkedIn right now. I assume that LinkedIn growth, I assume that that's another thing that you're bullish about?
Absolutely. I mean, we had a great milestone at Microsoft advertising last year of 18 billion, inclusive of LinkedIn, inclusive of search and news, so a growth engine and a phenomenal company.
So wait, 18 billion what?
In ad revenue.
18 billion in ad revenue. I was like, it's not 18 billion people because we're not at that number of people yet. But I mean, it seems like you are reaching a huge majority, or a huge swath of people on the planet. So kudos to you for that. Is there another question that you think I should ask people here in the C-Space studio? You're a two-time guest, so I think you especially have to answer this question.
We're at the shift of AI not as the hype cycle anymore, but into the reality. And so this notion of how do you move from actually thinking of it philosophically as the potential to the actual practice. So asking people, How are you using it? What are some examples of where you're starting to drive AI and integrate it into your organizations, into your workflow, how AI is driving growth for your business? Probing there to get real examples that we can all not only build on and share and hopefully then grow faster with.
Yeah, I see trends rise and fall here in the C-Space studio after doing it for 8 years, but I am suspicious that AI may be a trend that I just keep talking about with my guests forever at this point.
We certainly hope so. We think it's absolutely transformational, and we think Microsoft being at the center of that with Copilot is super exciting.
Well, Amanda Richmond from Microsoft, thanks for coming back to the C-Space studio. We always like to hear from you.
Thank you for having me. Hope I'll be back next year as well.
Come on back. And please, you come on back as well, because we've got many more of these great conversations coming your way. This is the C-Space studio. I'm James Kotecki, and it's CES 2025. Welcome back to the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I am James Kotecki, and I'm joined by Matt Drzewiecki, VP Roundel Partner Solutions at Roundel. Thank you so much for joining us in the C-Space studio.
Thanks, James. Thanks for having me.
All right, so Matt, tell us about Roundel. I understand it's Target's media network. What's up? How's it going?
Lots is up. It's going very well. Yeah, like as you said, Roundel is Target's retail media network. We've been around for quite some time. We're not new. Obviously, lots of excitement in the retail media space. Target is someone who is, as a company, has actually been involved and engaged in the space for quite some time. Yeah. Nearly 15 years. Over the last couple years, we've continued to make a lot of advancements, and I really look at Roundel as the stewards or the connectors of the 165 million Target shopper guests, and connecting them with the brands that sell their products through Target.
Does the name Roundel have anything to do with the roundness of the Target symbol, or am I just totally reaching there?
No, you're not reaching at all. Yeah, there is connectivity between the Target bullseye and what a Roundel is effectively.
Okay. Oh, so wait, a Roundel is a noun? Is like a separate? Is a word already existing?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, we'll do a little homework and look that up after the interview and find out more about what that symbol's all about. So tell us about the experience today. And I think it's always important for talking about retail media networks to talk about it from a couple different angles. Yeah. So maybe just starting with the customer experience, the one that we might all understand as we're using things and engaging with advertising that you're serving up. Tell us about what that looks like with Roundel right now.
Yeah, I think it's important to start with the experience that is Target, right? James, I'm going to take maybe a slight leap that you have been inside of a Target store before.
Have been, will be again.
There we go, exactly. And if you think about that, if you think about the brand that is Target and the kind of love that it really exists with the brand that is Target and our guests, as we refer to them.
It means something to go on a Target run.
It does mean something to go on a Target run. And with that kind of affinity and brand love comes a significant amount of trust and expectation of trust that our guests have with the Target brand that really connects through to what we do at Roundel from a media perspective. So we're a very guest-centric, kind of guest-obsessed media company in service to our guests. And so we do things maybe a little bit differently in terms of the way that we think about our offerings from an advertising perspective. And so you see that in Target.com, you see that in our app in terms of just how we think about a more curated experience from an advertising perspective, because we want to make sure that we protect that guest experience and that advertising is additive to that guest experience and doesn't disrupt that love or joy that folks get by shopping at Target.
And then does that relate to, so we talked about the website and an app experience, does that relate to what's going on in the store as well?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's, again, when we think about the way that we approach things from an omni-channel perspective, in building media plans, we think about that very purposefully in terms of making sure all of these things are connected. Target has one of the, really, I think, the ultimate omni-channel shopper. We have about 76% of our shoppers are in the store with the app open.
Okay.
That number goes up to 90% of our shoppers with a Gen Z audience when you think about them walking through our stores. So you think about that combination of those two things, digital and in-store, it's really important for us to recognize and bring all of those things together.
Yeah, and so then tell me about the brand experience. If a brand comes to you and wants to reach some of these folks, presumably they may already be selling something in Target, but they want to reach them with advertising through your retail media network. What's the experience like for them?
Yeah, so again, we start with the guest in working directly with our brand partners. We're also a company that we work very closely inside of Target with our merchandising partners. And really, we think about a three-legged stool between our merchants, between us as a media organization, and between our brands to make sure that the conversation has all the right people at the table, that we're saying, listen, what are we trying to accomplish collectively in terms of outcomes for the brand's business, and how does that connect with our guest and what's most meaningful to them?
So tell me about being here at CES 2025. What are your goals? What are some of the conversations that you're having, and what's going on here?
Yeah, my goal first and foremost is to make it up these elevators. For those who are not here, it's quite an experience getting up. You have to wait a couple minutes. Aside from that, once we get up to the elevators, I mentioned to you before we started here, our dance card is very full in spending time with many of our large strategic partners who are also here at CES. First and foremost, kicking off the year to better understand what they're trying to accomplish from a business outcomes standpoint as we kick off the year here, and then talking about our roadmap and changes and evolution that we have as a business at Roundel. Yeah. Things like new owned and operated inventory, some new formats on our Target.com site and the app. We've just recently launched a new self-service platform, Roundel Media Studio, which allows our advertisers to directly go in and buy ads from us on our platform, specifically on site search. So that's a big part of how we're spending our time.
So where do you see all this evolving? I mean, in 2025, and we can even look a little bit beyond if you want to, although it's kind of ridiculous to try and plan too far in the future, especially at such a frantically paced place like CES. But where do you see retail media and media evolving?
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost, personalization beyond, I call it hyper-personalization, I think is critically important. The promise of retail media, when you think about the access to guest data that we have, I think really starts to enable that. So I think we'll continue to see more and more of that, not only just from a targeting reach perspective from a media standpoint, but also when we think about the importance of creative. Target has a very unique approach in the industry in terms of how we do creative. You will always know everything that we do at Roundel has a look and feel of Target. You always know a Target ad when you see it out in the wild.
You know, even as we're having this conversation, I'm sure you could probably define it in terms of the actual words and attributes, but I can totally picture what a Target ad feels like and looks like. I absolutely have some sense of it.
That's exactly right. And that, again, in terms of that brand love that comes with Target and the trust, we have an expectation that everything that we put out in front of our guests has that look and feel. Now at scale, James, that's really, really difficult to do when you talk about us working with 2,000 different brand partners and manufacturers.
Who all have their own standards, right?
Who all have their own standards. And so we have an amazing team. Our second Target headquarters is in Bangalore, India. Our creative team is there, and they have really over the course of the last year, and we'll see a lot more of it this year, utilizing generative AI to help us really make sure that all of our ads have that look and feel of Target, but we can do so in a scalable way.
Tell me about off-platform, where you're investing and where you're thinking there.
Yeah, so Target is one of the things you hear in the industry in retail media. You know, probably sitting here last year is, oh, what's coming? It's like, oh, off-platform is the next frontier for retail media. We've actually been there for quite some time. We recognized very early on the importance of off-platform media to drive traffic to Target.com. So we're very public about 30% of our business is actually through off-platform implementation and execution. We have very close partnerships with Google, with Pinterest, with Meta, with TikTok. All of those relationships involve very specific signal sharing partnerships that allow us to better optimize media through those platforms, but also allow us to measure impact, not just online, but also in our stores.
And when you're off platform, do you have the same standards in terms of look and feel, or could we be talking about ads that don't necessarily need to have that?
Absolutely, same look and feel. Again, you will always have.
So it's still those Target ads off platform.
It is still those Target ads off platform, definitely.
So do you have an example of like how this might look from an optimized perspective for a business who's using this? Everything's going right, everything's firing on all cylinders. How does it look when it's done right?
I think Kenvue comes to mind as a great example. This is a company that has some of the the most trusted brands. It was a long-time program, actually, that they had been, it was a build your own first aid kit that they had worked with Target for years and years. I think it was a almost 20-year program that they had been doing, Kenvue and Target, but all executed in store and almost exclusively in store in terms of building a first aid kit at the beginning of the year. We came in over the past year just to work with them to say, listen, what if, how could this look different in a combination of in-store activation along with digital on our platform, along with implementation off-platform, specifically with Pinterest. When we bring all of those things together, it's kind of the cliched 1 + 1 = 3. We actually drove an increase in sales that was significant, about 30% over the previous year.
It seems like that's a great one, because if I'm going to buy gauze and Neosporin, if I'm already going all the way to try and create my own first aid kit, and then someone recommends some ibuprofen, I'm like, well, I'm already doing this. I might as well add the other stuff that I theoretically might need in an emergency too. Great use case.
That's exactly right.
Does your Target run feel any different? Do you feel like you're still at work when you go to Target? Like, what does your shopping experience look like?
Yeah, it's interesting. So I've been at Target for about 3 years. Prior to that, a long time media background, but exclusively in digital. So kind of coming into a retail environment, I have learned a significant amount about how really the complexity of a retail operation and how our stores operate. And it's wildly impressive as to what happens inside of our stores with our team members that are there. So yes, I walk into that store looking at things much differently than I did 3 years ago.
Well, because for 3 years, as you were just a consumer 3 years ago, all that simplicity that we're experiencing and that kind of seamless idea of what a target run represents is happening because of all the complexity that you're facilitating.
It is, and then you start to understand what's happening, right? The target run today, where you can buy something online, pull up into our parking lot, have a Starbucks delivered to you in your car along with all of your products. It's actually a really exciting time.
Matt Trzwicki of Roundel, which is a part of Target, thank you so much for joining us here in the C-Space studio.
Thanks, James. Thanks for having me.
And thank you so much for watching. This is the C-Space studio, conversations with industry leaders in media, marketing, branding, and advertising here at C-Space, here at CES 2025, here with me, James Kotecki. Don't go anywhere. More conversations are just ahead. Welcome back. You're in the C-Space studio with me, James Kotecki, here at CES 2025. And joining us right now is Connell Byrne, CEO, iHeart Digital Audio Group at iHeartMedia. Welcome to the C-Space studio.
Thank you so much, James, for having me.
We love iHeartMedia in the C-Space studio. We've had a lot of great conversations over the years. And we want to talk to you about what your message is now for CES 2025.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, you have in audio a probably wildly undervalued marketing channel. Almost a third of all the media we consume is audio. It's not sight, sound, and motion. It's just sound.
Yeah.
Inside that third of all media consumed, the largest channel by orders of magnitude is broadcast radio. It's actually higher reach today, a bigger audience today than it had 10 years ago.
Wow.
So it's a really interesting time to arrive at a conference like CES and essentially offer a whole new, not so secret weapon for marketers to reach audiences at scale.
It doesn't intuitively feel like that would be true, which is why I love counterintuitive things like this here in the C-Space studio. So are people listening to broadcast radio in their cars more? Or what's the user behavior that's driving this?
Much of broadcast radio listening happens in cars, almost half. Now, what does that mean as a marketer? First of all, almost 85% of people who enter a brick and mortar of any kind, a retail store of any kind, the last media they will have consumed is broadcast radio. So if I'm a marketer and I truly think bottom of the funnel, like true conversion marketing, there is nothing more finely targeted than that, which I just described. So it gets really interesting when you start to think of broadcast radio differently. 2/3 of it happens out of the home. It's actually a mobile medium. Now, all of that complemented with newer digital audio formats like podcasting, in which iHeart is a very, very big player, with the biggest podcast network in the United States, it starts to get really interesting as a channel.
And you're probably seeing people switch very rapidly between podcast, and then I'm going over to broadcast radio, and then I'm going over to some other music channel.
Precisely. What's really fascinating about podcasting is that as it explodes as a medium, it is perfectly complementary with broadcast radio. I mentioned that broadcast radio is 1/3 in-home, 2/3 out-of-home listening, largely because of cars. It's essentially a mobile medium. Podcasting is actually the exact inverse. It's 2/3 in-home, 1/3 out-of-home. And if you think about it, it sort of trues up maybe with your own experience around the house, exercising, kitchen work, laundry, whatever the case may be. So as a marketer, again, as you start to think of a media plan to reach audiences at scale in the audio channel, pretty good complements of each other.
So I know iHeart released this report recently on the concept of the ignored consumer. Is this what we're talking about? Who is the ignored consumer?
A little bit. So we are fascinated with if there is a disconnect in the marketing industry between marketers and the audiences that they're trying to reach. And we had a suspicion because of audio's undervalue in marketing, we believe, that there might be something broader going on. And I think we were right. About half of the United States believes that media in general and marketers in particular disregard them, overlook them, ignore them. It's a pretty dramatic data point when you think about an industry whose job it is to put aside biases and talk to folks who are not like them, to explain products and hopefully get people to buy them that are not like them. And so when we noted this, we of course have a bias. We want people to buy more audio, but we felt like it was genuinely a way to solve this. When you have almost 1,000 radio stations across all 50 states speaking in the languages of local and hyper-local communities, it's a pretty good way to solve it.
And is that localization one of the ways that you're recommending that brands reach audiences in these audio formats?
We run at 2 speeds, so we have nationally syndicated shows like The Breakfast Club out of New York with Charlemagne the God, or Ryan Seacrest show out of LA. If that's the speed you want to operate at, we got you. But yes, we also have local and hyper-local influencers that are sometimes the most important, kind of very human, very real-time influencers. And yes, we offer both to clients, and I think it's a special secret weapon.
Do you see, so we're here at CES, which is an auto show among many other kinds of shows, right? So what do you see then as far as the growth or the trends with broadcast radio, or how do you see that playing out in the era of automated driving, augmented driving, people just now being in the back seat with no driver, maybe working on their laptops now? In other words, do we see these trends continuing given where cars are going to be?
I don't think so. I think, first of all, we're a pretty widely distributed content company, so we're anywhere our audiences want to pick up our content. I don't think I see any sort of deprecation of audio consumption in the car, at least anytime soon, even in the medium term. And I think in parallel to that, and it's been incremental so far, you see the rise of streaming and podcast content alongside it. So I think if anything, whereas today almost 1/3 of all media consumption is audio, less than 10% of marketing investment is audio. That's the change you're going to see in the next 5-10 years as people look for new ways to get reach in marketing. You cannot operate without it. At the end of the day, all of marketing dials back to a formula. The amount of people you reach, the response rate of those people equals results. We are tapping out without this channel. We are tapping out that marketing formula, so I'm confident folks are going to circle back.
That disconnect with audio spend has been mentioned a couple of other times here in the C-Space studio. I get the privilege of sitting in all these conversations, trying to pluck out trends myself from what I'm hearing from folks. So now, if we just assume that CES 2025 is the moment where everybody starts to realize this, because they're listening to this conversation and others, who's going to win when they now start taking audio more seriously? What are things that people need to do?
Well, first of all, the ignored consumer, the overlooked average American consumer will win. Marketers and media companies in general will begin to connect with them and speak with them in their own language, on their own terms, understanding their own values. I cannot exaggerate the importance of this. We have not been doing it so far. So the first winner is actually the consumer. The second winner, of course, are the brands that are trying to reach them. They'll have more efficiency, they'll have a better ROI, they'll sell more products.
Do you think AI is often discussed in the context of potentially exacerbating bias. Do you think this is a case where AI might help people overcome their bias by recommending new ways to talk to people?
Hugely. First of all, AI will help the audio industry. Let's start with podcasting. AI translation is in a place now where you have a medium that is largely a North American medium, not only, but largely a North American medium that AI will allow to globalize. Yeah. We are unique at iHeart insofar as we have an archive of 1 million hours of podcast content that we've been producing for 20 years or so, that we can now globalize around the world. I think AI will also help us tailor and target advertising more real time to communities as they need it. That helps brands, it helps consumers. So I'm really excited about where it's going to go.
You mentioned having a hunch about the ignored consumer and then following that hunch. I noted that you worked at brands like Discovery and How Stuff Works. Have you kind of figured out a way to hone curiosity as one of your business superpowers?
I think it's a human superpower. And I think when harnessed as a creator and then offering that audience to brands, there is actually nothing quite like it in content. We sometimes try too hard in content. We try to tell a super great new story or retell an old story. And I think fundamentally humans are curious animals. And if you tap that, if you hit that vein, you can tell stories with engagement like, honestly, I have not seen in any other genre or format. So that's a great thing to have on my gravestone one day if that's where I land. But yeah, it's been a pattern in my career.
Well, I like asking questions, so I'm all about curiosity too. Connell Byrne, thank you for answering some of mine.
Thank you.
Connell Byrne, iHeartMedia, really appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much, James. I appreciate it too.
And thank you so much for listening and watching. This is the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I'm James Kotecki. Don't go anywhere. More conversations are coming your way. Well, welcome back to the C-Space studio, sponsored this year by Integral Ad Science. We are at CES 2025. I'm James Kotecki, and I'm here with Eric Weisberg, Global Chief Creative Officer, Havas Health Network. Thank you so much for joining us in the C-Space studio.
Pleasure to be here. Been a long-time fan of yours, so it's good to finally meet you.
I know. I'm a little nervous about this interview. Hopefully you don't drop any bombs from my past. But let's talk about the future, specifically what's coming up next this year in 2025. What is Havas Health Network, first of all? What does it mean in 2025?
Well, I think, look, we're living in an interesting time in health, and I think COVID was sort of an accelerator to our awareness of our own personal health, the health of our families, the health of our communities. And as a creative person, I look at this year as being the year of creative convergence. So we live in a place where people are having an ongoing argument whether data is the new creativity or culture is the new creativity, or content is the new creativity. And I think we're really witnessing a convergence of all of that. You see it here on the floor.
Yeah. So what's your message here at CES 2025? I understand you just conducted a tour of the health section of CES, so you're obviously right in the mix.
Yeah, I think, look, my message is, I think, sort of clear in what we're seeing, which is that every brand today is a health brand. You see the biggest brands in the world, Samsung, Apple, Google, making an investment in health. And so they're becoming health brands in their own right. And you see on the floor there, health brands with hospital level technology becoming consumer brands. And so in a world like that, every brand is a health brand and needs to put health first.
That is a great term because we always used to hear every company is a tech company, and I still think that's true.
Yes,
every
true.
company is a media company, and I still think that's true. And now we're layering in every company is a health company.
Yeah.
Companies have a lot on their plate, a lot of different things that they have to be.
There is a lot going on, but I mean, you look, Tim Cook said that Apple's biggest contribution to the world will be in health. That's something I don't think we thought we would have heard 10 years ago.
Yeah. What, anything specific stand out to you on the show floor that you want to call out? I know there's a lot to see there.
There is a lot to see. I'll say there was one thing that blew me away, which is this company, WeThings, has a mirror. You stand in front of it, it scans you, it has all of your vitals, it uses AI, agentic AI, to sort of interpret that data, and then help you make better decisions about your health. Like, to me, that's the future. It's a prototype, you can't go buy it tomorrow, but holy cow.
I want to talk about weight loss medications like Ozempic, and there is a creative strategy that companies need to have when selling this kind of stuff and approaching the messaging around this kind of stuff, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, look, I don't think any of us have seen a blockbuster like this GLP-1 era ever in the world of health. It's projected to be a $500 billion business. It is, if you believe, which I do in the sort of Galloway prognostication, is that GLP-1s will be bigger than AI. And so we've launched a consultancy not to help GLP-1 brands, but to help every brand have a GLP-1 strategy. It affects what we eat, what we drink, where we travel, decisions that we make about our mental health. Yeah. It touches everything.
Let's dive into some of those. So give us some more of those kind of second order effects that other businesses might need to be thinking about given the reality of these drugs.
Yeah, so they have an incredibly positive impact, right? Which is that you lose weight from them. What comes from that are positive and negative effects of that. So if you're a beauty brand, when you lose all that weight, it changes the composition of your face. It changes the decisions you make about what you do to look great. There are also side effects, and we're working with companies, whether that's gastrointestinal distress, whether that's muscle loss that requires more protein. So it pretty much touches everything in our lives, and it will change how we travel and vacation.
Yeah, tell me more about that.
Well, you think about what vacation has been, which has been letting go of your inhibitions, indulgence, and all.
That midnight buffet on the cruise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Suddenly those aren't interesting to you. You're not driven by those same things, so it will change the makeup of a programming for Disney, for cruise ships, for resorts.
Yes. I understand that, speaking of health tech, I understand that you have an upcoming report, your Superwomen report, and you're looking at how health tech has historically been designed for men. So what's the opportunity for brands as women's health gets more focused?
I mean, I'll throw a little statistic at you, which is that 80% of health decisions in the family are made by women. Yet, in 2023, only 2% of investment by VCs in health tech were for women. Crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty shocking.
Right?
Yeah.
Only, in spite of women being 51% of the population, less than 30% are in clinical trials. And we live in an era where medical gaslighting has been a reason that women spend 25% of their lives in chronic pain or other conditions at a significantly higher rate than men. And so when we are looking at this creative convergence of what's happening in health, we're seeing that there was a health equity gap with women, and we're seeing that shift finally happen. And so we put out this trend report called Super Women. It's a follow-up of a trend report we did called Superhuman last year about technology and the increasing impact on longevity. And so that's was a big passion for us this year.
We're living at a time, I think, when we're getting a lot of mixed signals about the future of health and healthcare. We're at CES, we're extremely optimistic about the future. We have all these great technologies. We have these seemingly miraculous medications. We have hopefully a more focus on women's health. And we also have huge political strife around the healthcare system. It continues to be a political issue here and elsewhere. How do you think about brands navigating this kind of fraught moment where all these things are being held in tension?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's an interesting reality, which is that we have questionable belief in our governments, in a lot of things in our lives, in our news sources. Brands have an interesting opportunity to be the trusted sources for information and help. And I think they're in an interesting place to put inclusivity at the center of it. We talk about closing these health equity gaps. Brands are really good places and good things to be taking those things on. And that's what we saw in Superhuman and then Superwomen this year.
So then expanding that conversation on inclusivity to DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. We're also at an era where maybe those are politically controversial and companies may be thinking about backing away from that. Where do you stand? Where does your business stand? And I think also just zooming out, where do you, is this kind of intuition that I have actually true? Are brands kind of backing away from this?
I think there's a few things going on. I do think there has been a backlash against purpose washing as opposed to purpose doing. Like, are brands putting a patina of purpose on things, or are they actually doing things that make a difference? And I think health is an example where when we talk about every brand being a health brand, brands really have an opportunity and a responsibility to be as inclusive as possible. Look, anybody that shrinks their investment, mental investment or capital investment in D&I or inclusivity initiatives, they do so at their own peril. Like, more inclusive companies, more inclusive brands are more successful brands, are more creative brands, are more innovative brands. It's been proven all day, every day. So I don't know, there may be brands out there doing it. It's certainly, I think they do so at their own peril.
Are there other industry trends that you want to highlight here at the beginning of the year that you think people should pay more attention to?
Well, I think we get into a lot of conversations at events like this where, is it this or that? Is it AI or is it creativity? Yeah. Is it data or is it creativity? Is it media or is it traditional marketing? I guess I've lost patience with the or mentality. I think when I talk about creative convergence, that to me that's an and mentality. What is the right combination of things to build a brand today? And I think, to me, that I think is where the future is going to be. I mean, 55% of the media we consume is not ad supported, so advertising alone is obviously not the solution. Yeah.
So I love this idea of an and mentality. And as we wrap up here, I'm wondering, is there a technology or an industry, maybe directly outside the direct health space, but another technology maybe here or elsewhere that is inspiring to you and you think could have interesting confluence with some of these things that you're talking about?
I'm going to go full nerd for a moment.
Please do. We're at CES.
Which is, I think the technology that I'm most excited about are solid state batteries.
Okay.
So crazy, right?
We'll say a little bit more about that.
So the biggest health issue of our time is climate change. A huge opportunity to make a shift in that. So climate change, for a second, how does it impact your health? Much higher rate of asthma and other respiratory disease, infects cardiology, pests, mental health, heat exhaustion, all of these things. What is the solution? The solution is a shift in our consumption of energy, and solid state batteries are this massive shift that go from cars and trucks with range anxiety and waiting, a half hour or an hour to charge them, to charging them in minutes, to going 650 miles on a charge. Yeah. So there's a technology that we are on the cusp of companies like Honda and Toyota and Hyundai solving, and if they do it, it will change human health for the better.
Well, thanks for connecting so many dots for us today. This has been a fantastic conversation. Eric Weisberg, Havas Health Network, really appreciate your time today.
Pleasure to meet you.
And thank you so much for joining us here in the C-Space studio. I'm your host, James Kotecki. More conversations are just ahead, so keep it here. This is CES 2025. Welcome back once again to the C-Space Studio here at CES 2025. I'm your host, James Kotecki, and I'm joined once again by one of our favorite guests, Andrew Wallenstein, President and Chief Media Analyst, Variety Intelligence Platform. Thanks so much for coming back. I believe this is your third time chatting with us here, so thank you.
Third time's a charm.
Exactly, and we like to get a really macro view from you on just all these different trends and elements that are converging in the world of media and entertainment and technology here at CES. So if you don't mind, we'll just kind of go rapid fire and we'll just get your take on where things stand at the beginning of 2025.
Sure.
All right. AR, VR, spatial computing. What are we looking for in the inflection points that are coming, and where are we really right now with that as far as a lot of hype? Did it work out? What's going on?
I actually think 2025 represents what could be a long-awaited inflection point for a space that I think has been like, okay, inflection point, when are we getting here?
Yeah.
And I say that because when you look at the bigger players in this space, when you look at the way Meta has both Quest and the Ray-Bans and what they're doing, when you look at Snap, which has come out with its spectacles. Samsung and Google at the end of 2024 said they're going to get their act together and do something. When I see big companies putting together products that I think could finally move the needle, am I saying, hey, here's, critical mass, iPhone level, product splashes? No, I'm not saying that. But when you look at coming out of 2024, the way Apple took a solid swing with a Vision Pro, which, let's be honest, was not necessarily a big market mover, but was a solid swing. I do think we could see AR, VR products that represent solid swings, which we have not seen in the AR, VR space.
Let's talk a little bit more about what it means to be a solid swing now in 2025, because Variety Intelligence Platform, Variety, obviously all about the entertainment industry, but what's curious, what's interesting to me about the way that VR and AR seems to be evolving is, like, maybe the more practical, pragmatic side of that technology is what's evolving right now with the most utility for folks. Are we seeing the entertainment piece of that follow?
Well phrased, because I think utility is not really something that is going to come into this space for quite a while, at least from anything that I've seen. And I think entertainment, for instance, going back to Vision Pro, was something that they tried to bring front and center. And Apple, I think, really tried to finance some interesting projects there that didn't quite take fire. I think they even tried to bring utility. And I think also we saw Meta try to do that as well in terms of things that were like desktop utilities or meeting type utilities that didn't quite click. And I do think, to your point, it's those that come up with software applications that are truly, I need this to do my job, I need this to do such and such, that will be what brings these products to critical mass. But I think we're years away from that. I think products that are going to fall short of utility but could be something that are amusing to early adopters, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for in 2025.
Well, speaking of early adopters, potentially, let's talk about Generation Alpha. What is Generation Alpha? What do they want? What's going to be their impact on the industry?
If I could answer that, I wouldn't be in research, I'd be putting together products. Because Generation Alpha, I'm a firm believer, I think many people are firm believers, that if you connect with the youngest generations, that's where success is going to happen. Yeah. And I think if you're following the trends in Generation Alpha, if you can resonate with them, the rest takes care of itself. And so whether it's with content, whether it's with devices, if you could figure out how to unlock what appeals to them, you're really going to win. But it's so much easier said than done. I think Generation Alpha is as a generation that is digital native in a way that not even millennials are. Yeah. I think old people, Generation Xers like myself, we can't fundamentally understand them because we are so different, and that is why, it is really, I think, the youngest generation of executives that are better able to cater to them, and if you do that right, it's a big win.
Maybe we use generative AI to cater to Generation Alpha.
Perhaps. I mean, certainly that opens a whole other can of worms because generative AI represents a technology trend that, to say that we're in early innings is an understatement. And I think that's something that certainly in 2024, you saw some experimentation. I think that's only going to continue in 2025 and build from there. And I think it's something you got to keep an eye on.
We have to get your take on the streaming state of things right now, obviously talking about moving toward a more ad-supported ecosystem. What's your take on streaming as we head into 2025? What do you expect?
It's funny because I feel like you could repeat what I said in 24 and 23 and probably be relevant today, in the sense that I think we've been waiting for consolidation to seize this space for a while. And it's amazing that it still hasn't happened, and I feel like I need to repeat the fact that I'd be shocked if we did not see consolidation finally come to this space. I'd be shocked if we don't see a major player either exit, combine with others. I did think what we saw in 2024 was some significant bundling among some of the players, but I think, yes, we'll see more than that, but we need to see also just major players no longer in this space because it is being overserved. Yeah. And so, I think we've got to see just some major brands step away from the table.
To ask you a meta question about your own predictive processes, you understand this industry very well, right? You're diving into all these macro trends and trying to understand how they all fit together. How do you balance your own ability to predict these things? How much confidence do you give yourself? How much does humility play a role here? How do you think about your own abilities to predict the future?
Humility, I think, is where it starts and perhaps where it ends. To be honest, I don't fear being wrong. Why? Because at the end of the day, it's just sort of like, I study the space as closely as I can. I show you my math. I give you the analysis as closely as I can. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm going to cop to it. I'm going to eat crow when I can. At the end of the day, though, I'm just going to walk you through my thinking. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
Well, the C-Space Studio is hopefully a place where you can eat crow in a very supportive and in a friendly environment here.
Sure.
And as we listen to some stuff going on in the background, I want to ask you about the shift potentially in the streaming industry and the content industry. Are we shifting away from more original content? Are we past the kind of golden age of original content? Are we in something new here?
Well, clearly, when you look at the volume of original content, I think we're heading into the second year of a reduction in the amount of so-called, peak television that's out there. That number was always going to come down. I think it's going to continue to come down to some degree, although to reference what you were saying earlier about AI, that could also throw a completely different dynamic. Yeah. That, I think, though, is a longer-term trend. I think we've seen that licensed content can be worth its weight in gold. I think to some degree also it crowds out the need for original content in the kind of bulk that we saw perhaps 3, 4, 5 years ago. I think the best streamers, armed with the best data, know that it's the right mix of original and licensed that carries the day.
Let's round out the conversation today with a quick glimpse at the future of gaming. Sure. Where do we stand as far as gaming? We had Duncan Crabtree-Ireland from SAG-AFTRA here in the C-Space studio talking about the strike that was going on there. Obviously, gaming is still huge. It's huge at CES. So of all these things going on, generative AI, how does all this converge in gaming at 2025?
I think 2025 is going to be a big year for gaming after a 2024 that was by no means a bad year, but I think a year that gaming had some struggles. Clearly, there was a ton of layoffs in the gaming industry, among some other issues. But I will point to the fact that you're going to see what is going to be the biggest launch in gaming history with Grand Theft Auto 6. You're going to see a major launch on the console side with the successor to Switch in what I assume will be Switch 2 or maybe some other brand. So I think gaming is going to be big, bigger than ever. And I also think when you see advances, say, in cloud gaming and some other new platforms, it's a bright future, but also a bright future where it's like, there's a tendency in conversations to talk about gaming's over here, video's over here, the creator economy's over here. It's not how it works. They all draw from each other, and I think gaming is powerful enough where people in other worlds like video do need to pay attention because it is very much a zero-sum game.
Well, thanks for standing atop the mountaintop and looking out at the future horizon once again here in the C-Space studio. Andrew Wallenstein, Variety Intelligence Platform. Thanks very much.
Thanks, James.
We will have you back, of course. And of course, we hope that you come back and join us for more conversations here in the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I'm James Kotecki. Stay with us. welcome back. You're in the C-Space studio sponsored by Integral Ad Science. We're here at CES 2025. I am James Kotecki, and joining me is Josh Feldman, Chief Marketing Officer of NBC Universal Advertising and Partnerships. Matt, to make sure I get
It's a mouthful. Right. It's a mouthful.
NBC Universal, there's obviously a lot going on there. What's your message here at CES 2025?
Sure. Well, thank you for having me here, James. I appreciate it. So our message this year at CES, we're approaching actually our 100-year anniversary, birthday, whatever you want to call it at NBC. And the road, and that's in 2026. So the road leading up to that over the next 12 to 18 months is absolutely the biggest road that you could possibly imagine. Is the biggest live events that we've ever had. So we're out here talking about these major content plays. And when I say that, I'll try and do this in chronological order. We've got next month our SNL 50 celebration. Wow. SNL's turning 50.
I seem to remember it was just 40, and now it's 50.
Everybody says that. Like, it seems like it was just yesterday because it was so exciting and fun. So yes, we have SNL 50 next month. And then coming this fall, we have the launch of our NBA partnership for the next season. Then we'll be back here in Las Vegas, actually, for the return of BravoCon in November.
Okay.
Then we have our holiday season, which is always huge at NBCU. We truly own the holiday season from there. But then as you get into the beginning of 2026, it gets really, really crazy. We have the Super Bowl, we have the Winter Olympics, and we have the NBA All-Star Weekend in a 2-week period all happening, which is really unbelievable. And then following up from that, we will have the WNBA season starting, and then the World Cup, Spanish language World Cup, all happening within the next 12 to 18 months.
So you've got a lot of great content.
We've got a lot of great content. So we're here at CES talking about that. We have content that's second to none, but also the blending of the ad tech and how we're democratizing that content for advertisers to all take part of it, no matter how large or small they are. So while we were out here, we made a really big announcement with Comcast around Universal Ads, which is an ad manager that is created for the premium content space specifically. And we announced this partnership, and there's, I think, 9 other premium video partners that are a part of it as well. So all of these advertisers now are able to take place and advertise, no matter how big or small they are, in these major events. And we kicked this off a couple of years ago. We did this programmatically in 2023 for the World Cup. We did it in 2024 for the Olympics. And now we are part of Universal Ads. So we're very excited for that.
And does the premium nature of the content kind of raise the bar in the sense for what the ad tech needs to be and what advertisers and brands really expect when they're dealing with you from that side?
Well, it allows brands that would never have ever been able to take place in things like the Olympics or the World Cup to advertise in it. We're talking about really, really small businesses, right? You've got social platforms that have millions and millions of advertisers out there where premium players have much less because in the past, these smaller local businesses, small and medium-sized businesses couldn't participate in that. But now with the advent of Universal Ads and some other things, they can for the first time. So the premium nature we know will give them better results. We've seen that research over the years, but they weren't really able to participate in the past.
And I imagine that there's a certain cachet, not only in reaching the number of people that you can reach through events like this, but also if it's in a small town and my ad was in the Super Bowl, then I get to kind of go around to my neighbors and people might actually resonate with that on another level as well.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct.
So talk to me about AI, I mean generative AI, if you want to go in that direction, and how that's fueling and playing a role in the ad tech that you're developing.
Right, so obviously AI, I mean everybody's talking about it here at CES. You know, my personal take with AI is that I think we're investigating it in a way that it's helping us in the creative process. I think too many people think, from my world in the creative world, that AI is replacing the creative process or taking the place of humans making creative. But we're utilizing AI to help inform us, right? So we can now, skewer briefs way quicker utilizing AI. We can help us get ready to do things like storyboards way quicker utilizing AI. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be the most important messaging an advertiser needs and a human that's connecting the dots on what the best creative is going to be, but we'll power those decisions in a quicker way utilizing AI. And I kind of view AI as like, this could be a really cheesy example, but you may have the most expensive, best camera in the world. You give that same exact camera to a professional photographer, or you give that same camera to me, who's not a professional photographer, you're not getting the same pictures out of it. You have to know how to utilize that camera. You need to know how to utilize AI to really make it work for you. It's not going to replace what we're doing on a daily basis.
And especially when you're talking about the kind of human-centered premium content that you're talking about, especially I'm guessing when it comes to sports, and it's hard to imagine generative AI, producing SNL 60, for example, even 10 years down the road. So these are all still things that are very human creative or human athletic, human celebrations of humanity, I suppose. And it would kind of feel weird if it was all generative AI ads around it.
I agree with you.
Talk about shopping and media to us a little bit. What's going on there at the intersection of shopping, media, and the content and advertising?
Yeah, I mean, it's exploding right now. We've been in this space for 5+ years now, and I think when we started it, people were kind of like, really? Do people want that? And now you're seeing that every publisher out there is trying to figure out what their commerce execution is going to be. So luckily we've had a nice head start and we've been able to test a lot of really, really interesting things. So whether that's things like virtual concessions, which is being able to order your food and drinks for your live events that we're talking about in real time, and we can do that from things like the Olympics where we rolled it out to holiday programming like the tree lighting that we did this year. We did a fantastic partnership with Walmart Connect, where we're getting closed loop attribution data to see how we're actually affecting sales utilizing Walmart data, which is really, really amazing. And then we have something called Must Shop TV, which is that holy grail that everybody's been waiting for that whole time, of being able to shop the shows that you're watching in real time and here we utilize AI for good, right? Because we're utilizing AI to scour episodes, see what products are there, and then be able to match it that you can buy either those exact products or lookalike products in real times with the click of a button. That's been the dream for everybody, and that just enhances the viewing experience. If you love the show you're watching, if you're watching your Bravo shows and you want to know what that swimsuit that your favorite person's wearing is, and being able to buy that in real time, that's the holy grail.
And I assume it works better on some kinds of content versus others, right? Like if it's at the tense, most dramatic moment of the show, I don't want to pause it and go buy the dress. I probably want to, but if it's maybe a more relaxed kind of casual watch, like a Bravo show, or sports that's just kind of ongoing, it makes sense to kind of shop in those moments.
You bring up a great point. We try and only execute commerce executions in contextually relevant moments, right? Like where it's going to add value to the overall viewing experience. So,
Talk to me about streaming and where you see the streaming world going in 2025.
Right. So I think, it's going to go beyond just being called streaming. It's going to be the full entertainment hub that everybody wants for it, right? We just talked about being able to shop your shows in real time. You're going to see more interactivity in streaming than ever before, right? So if you're watching your favorite sporting event, to be able to do predictive, interactive things in real time. If you're watching, a reality show that somebody's getting voted off of, you can be a part of that process in real time. So it's going to go from just a streaming mechanism to a full entertainment hub that's going to, you can interactive, commerce, everything all in one, and I think that's going to be really exciting.
Is there something, technology or otherwise, outside of your space, outside of your day-to-day dealings, that inspires you and interests you as you think about innovating?
Yeah, so so not to get too deep here, I'll be very quick about this, but my son, he's fine. He's 14 years old, needed to have knee surgery recently. And they literally had to replace cartilage in his knee, and they grew new cartilage in a lab. That took them 3 weeks to grow, and then they cut it out and they replaced this cartilage in his knee to fix this. And my mind was blown away. We think we figured out Must Shop TV. This is great. And here they are growing cartilage in labs and figuring out. So I think the medical space, then I of course just went on a rabbit hole of just reading all these innovations in the medical space. What they're doing there is really unbelievable and mind blowing.
I like to think that the work that's happening at C-Space is about the future of human connection. So I think there is a lot of meaning to it, but you're right. I mean, the health space is continuing to explode. It's continuing to explode here at CES, and the future looks very bright from that perspective. So I'm glad you brought that up. Is there, before we go, you mentioned so many great pieces of content and so many great events that are coming up. Is there one particular thing under your content umbrella that you want to recommend to people, either that already exists or that will be coming very soon?
So something that's new, I don't know what I'm allowed to say or not, so I don't want to get myself in trouble. But, I'll go with, we're here in Las Vegas. Let's talk about the return of BravoCon That's going to be phenomenal. If you're a Bravo-holic, we bring 30,000, fans from all over the world, not just, the United States. They buy these tickets from all over the world to descend and hear what's going on with their favorite shows. If you've never been to BravoCon, I highly recommend you come because it is an experience like none other.
So that's totally not my world, but it sounds really interesting just to go as an anthropological experiment too, just to see a totally different set of culture.
The best people watching you could possibly have.
A different experience. It sounds really fun. Yeah. Well, Josh Feldman, NBCUniversal, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we really appreciate you watching us right here on the C-Space Studio stage from CES 2025. More conversations are just ahead. Stay with us. welcome back to the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I am James Kotecki, joined by the CEO of Tubi, Anjali Sood. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, James.
All right, so tell us about Tubi. Folks may know Tubi, they might not. So I'm actually just curious always to hear people define their own brands. What is Tubi?
Yeah, so Tubi is the most watched free streaming service in America. We have the world's largest collection of movies and TV series. We are 100% free for viewers, and we're entirely ad supported. And the business has actually been around for over a decade. Was sort of started in Silicon Valley, very deep technology roots, and really just started with this premise that, storytelling should be easy. We should remove barriers. We should make it simple and fun and frictionless. I'd say over time, what we found is that audiences, particularly younger audiences, are very much interested in these more free, accessible platforms because that's where they're being entertained via social media and gaming. And so we've seen real momentum, particularly in the last year, where a lot of folks are really attracted to that value proposition. I think we just announced that we hit 97 million monthly active users.
Congratulations.
And I would say everything I can see is that the just momentum continues because people want that access, they want that choice, and they just appreciate that we make it easy.
So deep tech roots, but meant to feel philosophically like quote unquote old school TV, like that. Is that philosophically still what you're trying to achieve? Or are you able to just blow up the idea of what that even means because you can copy that format exactly, but you don't have to?
I think our perspective is we are viewer first. So the way we think about it is we are not going to be the arbiters of what is quality storytelling. Mm-hmm. So we absolutely, you can find some of the most amazing Hollywood studio produced movies on Tubi. You can find all of the TV shows and nostalgia viewing that you know. Yeah. You can also find hundreds of originals of content that we've gone out and worked with independent distributors to produce that you can't find anywhere else. And you'll see we are experimenting with a lot of different forms and types of content. But the through line through all of that is that we are not the arbiters of quality. We let our audience tell us what they want. We are a fan of the fans. So if the fans are gravitating towards something, and it can be on Tubi, it can also be on TikTok or Reddit, we will go and create and produce that content and partner with others to bring it. Yeah. And I will tell you what's been so fascinating about Tubi's momentum is some of the sort of biggest hits on Tubi, it's content you would never expect in a more traditional media or Hollywood ecosystem. Okay.
And does that include even the length of the time? So a traditional TV program is 22 minutes, for example. Are you able to just play with that?
So we are still long form. So it is your traditional length of time today. And I will say I see tons of opportunities still in long form, but I'll give you an example. We have a film on Tubi that was made by a Detroit filmmaker on a homegrown budget. So he self-funded it, and it's a story about Detroit. And that's the kind of content that just in Hollywood wouldn't get greenlit. It wouldn't be seen as something that people are going to put marketing dollars against. And that title gets millions of views on Tubi. Yeah. Another example, we just launched an original where we worked with a TikTok star, Noah Beck, and did a movie of a young adult novel that had 30 million followers on Wattpad. Yeah. And we created an original of that. And we've seen incredible momentum. It's the most viewers of any title on Tubi history. And what's fascinating is it's all fans who are going onto social media and creating their own UGC posts, clipping the movie, and it's generating hundreds of millions of views. So I think what we're seeing is it's still long form, but what we're trying to do is better understand and reflect culture as it's happening in America, and have a more expansive view of what quality storytelling looks like.
It's like you're willing to experiment and kind of mine for gold, and then you can kind of strike it rich at different points because you find these pockets of untapped potential in culture.
Yeah, and I think for us, the way we think about it is like, In some ways, we think we're breaking the monoculture. And if you think about programming historically, it's been very monolithic. You're tuning into you're tuning into a show at 8 p.m. and it's one show for everyone. Yeah. And if you think about what's happening now, we can all access content on demand that can be personalized to us. So it's not about one story for all audiences. It's about helping every story find its audience. And I think that is what's resonating. And the other part is that we don't judge what's quality. Just let the viewers decide, and I think that is something that younger generations in particular, they crave authenticity. They want to feel like they have a connection with stories. They want to feel like it reflects their lived experience, and we're able to sort of do that.
I turn on the TV, I see numerous apps and platforms and streaming options that I can use. As streaming evolves in 2025, how does Tubi fit in? How are you positioned as you see the evolution happening?
Yeah, I think the state of streaming is definitely one that I think will continue to evolve. There's simply too much fragmentation, and there's a lot of friction, and you've got tiers and price hikes and streaming fatigue, and I think what Tubi has generally tried to stay true to is that simplicity and putting the viewer first. And we still, even in today's world where there's so much competition and so much sort of noise around the attention economy, what we hear from our fans is that Tubi feels refreshing and it feels different and it feels weird and wonderful in the things that they can find. And so we see that as a strength. And so what you'll expect is you'll just continue to see Tubi we'll kind of zig when others zag. Okay. We'll do things differently, but always through the lens of what we believe audiences want.
There's an interesting tension in those ideas of it being such a competitive landscape, but also you're just finding these pockets of things and content topics and ideas that no one necessarily thought to explore before.
Yeah, I mean, we say it as like niche is now core, right? Like this idea of like niche interests and niche fandoms and that not being interesting, like that, we are very interested in how we can support and grow that. And like I said, it's been a very competitive market, and yet Tubi's momentum is accelerating. And so there's something there that is working that we are very excited to continue to invest in. You mentioned I can also do some nostalgia viewing on Tubi. Tell me about licensed content versus original content and kind of how you philosophize that mix. We have everything. We have something for everyone. We have a very extensive catalog. I said one of the largest in licensed movies and TV series. We work with all of the studios. And you'll often find content that will be available on Tubi for free while it's also available behind a paid service. Gossip Girl is a great example where it was, it's available on Netflix behind a subscription. It's also available for Tubi on Tubi for free. So you will see us continue to work with everybody to license content. We also we'll distribute a lot of long tail content. We do it on a revenue share basis, and we kind of are very open to what others might not think is interesting. And then lastly, our originals. We have produced hundreds of originals. Nearly 1 in 4 Tubi viewers watches a Tubi original. So it is an important part of our catalog, but it's not something, we don't see it as an either or. And I think what you're going to see from us is just, we're going to continue to provide more and more choice, but also continue to be better and better at content discovery and curation so that what you see feels like we understand you. Well, I want to be understood, so that's important. Tell me about how advertisers are responding to this, and what's your message to them? So I think this last year has been pretty remarkable in terms of, I think Tubi was not known among advertisers, and as we've scaled, we've really started to become an important part of their media mix. And I think over half of Fortune 100 brands are advertising on Tubi today. That's growing. You're going to see us continue to play a bigger role there. And what advertisers are most interested in with Tubi that they can't get anywhere else is not just the engaged audience, but incremental audience. So the majority, 65% of our audience are cordless. So they're either cord cutters or they never had a cable subscription to begin with. We are majority Gen Z and millennials. We over-index among multicultural audiences. And often it's underestimated audiences where maybe their interests were considered niche, and we've chosen to treat that as really important to invest in. And so I think what we're finding is a lot of Tubi's audience, they aren't paying for all these other streamers, and they're not on cable. So if you want to reach that swath of America, and you want to do it in a brand safe way, in long form storytelling, Tubi is increasingly the only or number one place to do that at scale. And so you're going to see us, again, continue to lean into that. That's our strength and our differentiator.
I understand that you're deeply involved with change.org. Is that correct?
I am. I'm the chairwoman.
This is the petition platform online. Does that idea, do the ideas behind change.org connect philosophically to what you're doing at Tubi?
You know, I think for me, the thing that connects is access and positive impact, right? You know, I came to Tubi because I do believe in free entertainment. I believe that access is important to storytelling. And I do believe in, you know, obviously we're not curing cancer by putting movies on the internet, but I do believe that we are allowing more diverse stories to be told and that storytelling is important to change perceptions and understanding in the world.
And I think it's often the best part of someone's day, right? To find a show
Absolutely.
they love, it could be the best part of maybe a bad day, and it's a nice thing to do.
And it's inherently emotional medium, and I think it can change hearts and minds. Change.org, I think, is similar in that it's an open platform. It's really tried to democratize social and civic action, and it's using technology and scale to do that, and obviously looking to do that in a way that creates positive change.
Well, thank you for having a positive conversation with us in the C-Space studio. Anjali Sood, CEO of Tubi, thanks very much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for watching. This is the C-Space studio. My name is James Kotecki. I'm going to be having more great conversations just ahead. Don't go anywhere. This is CES 2025. Hey, welcome back. This is the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I'm James Kotecki, and I'm about to do the only thing I ever want to do, which is talk about delicious candy and snacks with Gulen Bengi, Lead Chief Marketing Officer at Mars and Global Chief Growth Officer, Mars Snacking. We're so grateful that you could join us here in the C-Space studio. And I'm serious, I was really excited about this conversation. And maybe I could first just get your scope of responsibilities within Mars, and maybe just, I mean, people understand Mars has a lot of different components to it, but what your piece of the puzzle is.
Of course. So Mars basically has three big businesses. One is snacking, the other one is pet care, and the other one is food and nutrition. So I'm the lead Chief Marketing Officer for the enterprise, and I also lead growth for the snacking business, and that means I and my brilliant team takes care of brands, our consumers, and our customers.
So we are at the C-Space studio always talking about brands. Mars is obviously a collection of very strong, very well-known, very storied brands. So how do you philosophically think about your brands and how that relates to business impact?
Yeah, so first of all, I mean, we stand on the shoulders of giants, we say, because we have had generations of fantastic marketers who built our iconic brands. We have more than 10 over $1 billion brands. People love, as you were talking about, need and want.
I love M&M's, for example.
For example, right? So we talk about building brands for creating growth and creating value for our consumers and communities. And that has two components. One is timeless. So a brand needs to know what it stands for. It needs to be distinct. It needs to be consistent. Its true value to the world should be very clear. And now, with the changing context of our lives, we're evolving the way we build our brands, which means that today, brands do not just stand for the products or services they provide, but they gather around their meaning or purpose, then provide two-way engagements or experiences with its fans and communities or consumers, asking them, inviting them to co-create their brand worlds with them. So therefore, creating personalized experiences that have no dead ends. And no dead ends is an interesting concept. It's basically each experience is relevant to the touch point that the consumer is living in, and we provide the right engagement at the right time, the right offer at every relevant touch point for everyone.
Can you say more about what you mean by co-creation and how that manifests?
Yeah, so co-creation is basically, we think about our brands as an experience, as a brand world, and we're inviting our consumers. For example, it can be in many things. We have our iconic Snickers brand, and you would know you're not you when you're hungry, right? So everybody makes hungry mistakes, and that has been the premise of Snickers for over a decade, that Snickers satisfies. Now, the co-creation, for example, one of the edge cases that we just did is first of its kind using generative AI. This summer, we asked a very famous European soccer coach, Jose Mourinho. We partnered with him to create his generative AI likeness and enabled the soccer fans and Snicker fans to banter with their friends. So if, for example, James, you have a horrible hungry mistake, I would put in WhatsApp, actually, to Jose Mourinho AI. Hey, James did this during because he was hungry, and he would create a fully personalized roasting for you.
Oh, great.
And then I would send it to you, and that's a connection that we use, and that's a co-creation in engagement that is between fans. Another type of co-creation is actually in product. We're just launching this month, actually, our first ever gaming brand, which is called the Respawn, together joint venture with the famous gaming lifestyle brand Razer.
Yes.
And we, in fact, that brand and its products are created by gamers for gamers. So what we do is we invite gamers into an arena, and our R&D team is there with the products and packaging. So while they game, while they play, they show or they taste, and they say, oh, this is too small, too big, it's sticky, I can't open it with one hand, or it's distracting, you know, everything that they talk about.
Yeah.
And we iterate the products, and we launch the co-created product. Of course, the community, the gaming community loves it because it's by them, for them, with the deep insights that they have.
And that's totally different than just getting some gamers, but sitting them around some nondescript conference room table and just kind of asking them for their opinions in that static environment.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the small insights are so important. When you're gaming, what do you think about? Like focus or energy, right?
Yeah.
You'll be in the game. But in fact, one of the insights was the gamers, after 3-4 hours of gaming, they couldn't really wind down and go to sleep. So that made us add an offer to our portfolio that has relaxing and unwinding. It's a brilliant mint. And that sort of in-the-moment insights make the brand rich and authentic.
And have you found that leveraging AI in the way that you're talking about and leveraging these cutting edge technologies, are you finding that you need to tread carefully? Are customers really embracing these things? And how do you make sure that you're kind of doing it in the right way?
Yeah, it depends on how you use it, right? So the Snickers example, for instance, when we look at the generative AI edge case, which is like first of its kind, you have to be, first of all, understand what is the problem you're trying to solve. And this one was the connection and fan co-creation or human co-creation and connection. Then we ask ourselves, can we do it? Can we do it safely? And does it work, right? Is it better than the common or the proven methods? So in this case, the answers are absolutely yes to all three. I mean, this engagement is about 4 times better. The sales outperform the category, like 350 basis points. But it takes a village and a different way of building a brand team. So the usual suspects, the creatives, marketers, and sales are there. But now we have our data analytics teams, digital technologies team, and responsible AI governance teams as part of that team. And to bring it to life with 0 safety incidents, we had 8 AI filters and human oversight, where AI filters enabled the volume, right? But human oversight enables the nuance. So we're very careful to make sure that we bridge the potential of the technology to real life at scale safely.
Consumers keep evolving in their demands, technology keeps evolving. How do you see the role of the CMO or whatever the chief marketing leader is called evolving as we head into 2025 and beyond?
Yeah, we're talking about growth, right? So we build iconic brands for creating growth and value creation. So we think about the CMOs and the growth office as serving the consumer across all touch points. So consumers have changed their way of life. Of course, they go back on and off, online, offline, back and forth between discovery to sales. The buy button appears everywhere. The checkout becomes seamless. They want faster delivery every day. So we live that life. Yeah. To be able to connect that consumer journey and provide the right engagement and offer at every relevant touch point, we bring in across our functions together, right? So a growth officer has marketing, brand building, sales, digital commerce, innovation, human intelligence, and data and analytics to provide that seamless experience.
It doesn't seem like it's ever going to get much easier, does it? It seems like it's just going to keep getting more complicated and challenging to play these roles.
It actually gets a lot of fun, right? So I really enjoy the technology aspect of it. Not technology for technology's sake, but what it enables to be able to understand it enough, learn it enough, so that you bring the possibilities, shape the choices, and make them work at scale. So
obviously you want to drive growth and you want people to buy and consume your products. How are you doing that in a sustainable way and thinking about that in the context of climate change? I mean, Mars obviously famously associated with chocolate, cacao, one of those plants that's under threat because of climate change potentially. So tell me about how you're thinking about marketing and growth in that context.
So Mars just announced its carbon net zero roadmap a year ago. In fact, we were able to decouple our carbon from volume growth. So since 2015, we grew about 60%, while decreasing our carbon footprint about 15%. It's enabled by science and technology, obviously, but we also believe in using the power of our partnerships. So we use, of course, science and technology. We utilize the suppliers, but also we now started a new initiative called Unreasonable Food Initiative, where we have the key climate or sustainability challenges we have. And the Unreasonable Group, our partner in this initiative, scours the world for entrepreneurs who have breakthrough technology, in technology or in business model that solves these, that are beyond proof of concept and are looking for support and mentoring to scale their technologies. So that we just announced our first 14 inaugural cohort, and every year we introduce another about 10 entrepreneurs, which will help us get to carbon net zero by 2050, which will contribute to helping us.
When we get to that goal, I'm sure you'll be celebrating with a snack. What's your favorite snack?
Oh, I can't pick among my children, but I do love chocolate. Yeah.
Well, it's been fantastic catching up with you, Gulbengi of Mars Snacking. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for watching. This is the C Space Studio. It's CES 2025, and I'm James Kotecki coming at you with more great conversations. Just ahead, stay with us. Welcome back to the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I am James Kotecki, very happy to be joined by the Director of Public Relations and Social Media for John Deere, Jennifer Hartman. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
So John Deere is an iconic brand. You've had several good years here at CES as well. So I think maybe people are somewhat familiar with John Deere, but tell us what the brand means in 2025.
I would say our brand means what it's meant for almost 200 years, and that's really centered around the people who feed, clothe, and shelter all of us on a regular basis. And I think our presence here at CES has been designed around how do we celebrate those industries and help educate the general public and maybe audiences that wouldn't normally learn about Deere or the industries we serve, help them understand the challenges they're facing and how technology is helping them overcome those challenges.
So let's talk about some of those challenges and how technology is overcoming them. Let's talk about a few.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges we're focused on this year is just the changing labor market. Yeah. And for farmers in particular, the average age of a farmer in the US is 58 years old. Wow. And more kids on farms are moving out to urban areas. Mm-hmm. And so farmers are faced with a lot of challenges in terms of having people that can work on those farms. So we introduced 4 new autonomous machines this year, including landscaping and construction, so that we can help overcome that challenge when it comes to staffing the farm.
And I'm interested in your perspective, from a messaging perspective, if you introduce more autonomous equipment into the mix and that becomes part of what it means to be a farmer, does that messaging then get back to maybe younger people and they reconceptualize what it actually might mean to do that job?
I think we have been trying really hard over the past couple of years, particularly on our TikTok channel, to help those younger generations that are very removed from the farm, help them better understand what farmers are doing on a daily basis. You cannot go throughout a day without one of our customers, whether it's construction, road building, farming, without experiencing something that our customers have had their hands on.
Yeah. So when we look at the brand staying relevant for 200 years, you said 200 years?
Yeah, we're getting close. 1837.
I mean, so I know you're on TikTok, so now that's a very modern, obviously, thing to do. But talk to me about, philosophically, how you think about making sure that you maintain that relevant brand identity.
I think, again, it comes back to our customers and just how relevant and critical and important they are to everything we do on a daily basis. But we've also recognized that being a legacy brand and with content inundating all of us, that we've got to be willing to break out of our shell, maybe take some more risks, maybe be a bit more absurd, make sure that when people are scrolling through their feed and they have a chance or choice to stop and learn about Deere, they're going to stop. Yeah. And that takes, really stretching ourselves and our brand more creatively than we have in the past.
Is there an absurd thing that you can share with us that we might find?
I think probably one of the most successful activations we've done here recently is just announcing the search for a chief tractor officer. And we went beyond what maybe you've seen in other chief roles that other brands have done. We really onboarded someone to be the face of our TikTok channel. Yeah. And we've allowed him free reign to go out, visit with customers, visit the industries we serve, and make the content. We also just recently signed a chief tractor kid.
Chief Tractor Kid?
Tractor Kid, okay. Just a Jackson thing, very popular on TikTok, but he's a 9-year-old who is obsessed with John Deere and all things tractors. Yeah. So we've recognized that in order for us to reach new audiences, we can't rely on the brand's presence or the brand's story. We've got to look to content creators, brand partnerships, and the like to help tell that story.
And talk to me about the brand when it comes to literally the word tractor. I noticed earlier you didn't say you launched 4 autonomous tractors. You're talking about autonomous vehicles, right? But then, of course, John Deere is so iconically associated with the idea of the tractor. So how do you kind of hold those ideas in tension?
Oftentimes we lead with that iconic green and yellow, whether it's the tractor or the green and yellow hat.
The hats are huge.
But we named the chief tractor officer by design because that's how people know us. And if we want people to learn more, we've got to hook them and introduce them in a way they maybe already are familiar with us.
Yeah. So what are people saying here at CES 2025? This is obviously, I think when John Deere maybe keynoted, it was a couple years ago that John Deere keynoted, everyone was like, wow, what's a tractor company keynoting at CES? Yeah. And now it's obviously such an ensconced part of the show for people, and I think people increasingly understand it's a tech company. So what brings you to CES 2025, and what have been the reactions of people on the show floor here this year?
I think we're still seeing the same reactions. First, everyone loves the equipment.
Yes, everyone loves playing with tractors. That 9-year-old kid's got is onto something.
It's the best photo backdrop. So, but I would say in addition to that, people are more and more interested in the work we are doing. We're talking to a lot of people that would like to be involved, a lot of people that maybe would like to work for Deere, want to better understand. We have tech that serves a real meaningful purpose, and I think that's a huge draw for potential tech talent, and that continues to be a draw as we come to CES, the kind of people we can attract to work for us and maybe come up with that next innovation for our customers.
By the way, when we talk about autonomy in the farm of the future, we're talking about autonomous vehicles roaming around. Are we still talking about someone in the cab?
We are not.
Okay.
This is fully autonomous.
Yeah.
There's less restrictions because it's not an on-the-road vehicle.
Right, less of a chance of a real
So
problem.
a farmer can operate that equipment mobily through his device, which also means farmers who typically haven't been able to break away, or maybe you need to do tillage overnight, you can have that autonomous tractor running that machine while you're sleeping and getting that job done even quicker.
Does the Wi-Fi, does the internet play a role in this in some remote locations that might be more challenging?
So connectivity continues to be a challenge. Last year we did announce a partnership with Starlink that's going to help connect farmers that live in more rural areas, including very rural areas in regions like Brazil, where connectivity is a huge issue. So we continue to focus on that connectivity and how we can make sure their machines can easily access the technology that we've provided.
And I suppose that ties back to you, what you're doing on social media, where you want people to be connecting to you that way as well.
Correct. Well, and we know that social media is one of the first ways people learn about your brand, understand the significance of the work we're doing and the problems we're trying to solve. A couple years ago when we announced our first autonomous tractor, I challenged the social team. We've got to make sure we meet this moment. And if our company's going to be as innovative as this, our social needs to show up just as innovative.
And how big is your social team?
5 people.
Okay, so this is a core of this is a core of people that need to do really important work. And like, I guess what I'm getting at is, how do you take a team and just figure out where trends are going, what technology platforms you should be using next, what new social platforms you need to be investing in, what's hot, what's not. How do you do all that?
We have been blessed with an organization that has let us have free reign, so that helps.
Okay.
Leadership from the CEO on down trust us to do our job. So that has been incredibly helpful. It's allowed us to stretch a bit more than perhaps we could have in the past. And then I would say, once you're in social, you just become obsessed with all things social. So I've got a group of teammates that, you know, maybe they're not working, but they're still watching and keeping up with trends they're seeing across the board.
But that is working, right?
It is, but it's fun for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have a favorite crop personally?
Corn.
Corn?
Yeah.
Is there?
I should say soybeans. I worked for the Soybean Association for a while, but I would say corn just because of the affinity people have for.
Corn is a musical on Broadway, or at least it was actually. So you're right, people do have an affinity for it. And as we look out at the year to come, are there any other trends or ideas that you want to highlight for people when we're thinking about the evolution of brand messaging, both for Deere and just for other brands who might want some advice? You know, there's a lot of other brands out there, stalwart brands, who may want to just try and figure out how to stay relevant.
I think more and more, it's something like we are exposed to 10,000 pieces of content per day. How do you make sure that your brand is something people want to consume, the content they find? Because honestly, it's all digital now. So it's making sure that your brand shows up in new and surprising and different ways, and in ways that resonates with the audience you're trying to reach. So that could mean brand partnerships, content creators, and innovative brand collaborations that catch people's surprise. People can either click on, Taylor Swift and Travis, content, or what's happening with the playoffs, or your brand. How do you break through?
Taylor Swift and tractor content. Now there's a convergence. Well, we really appreciate you joining us here in the C-Space studio. And thank you for bringing the John Deere insights to us here. Jennifer Hartman, John Deere, thanks very much for joining us in the C-Space studio.
Thanks for having us.
And thank you so much for joining us here in the C-Space studio. We are at CES 2025. My name is James Kotecki. Don't go anywhere, because more great conversations are just ahead. Welcome back to the C-Space studio. We're here at CES 2025. My name is James Kotecki, and I am happy to welcome back a repeat guest, Kristen Banks, Senior Vice President Marketing at the Las Vegas Raiders. And I don't know if people can see you have a little Raiders pin on there. Welcome back to the C-Space studio. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, since we last talked, you didn't do much. You did host the Super Bowl in your stadium.
Just that, yeah.
Broad question, how was it to host the Super Bowl?
Oh my gosh. Well, it's wild to think of even having a Super Bowl in Las Vegas, because years ago that would have been taboo.
Yeah.
Right? To now see sports and the city that with, gambling and casinos and all of the fanfare that happens in Las Vegas, to host the Super Bowl here was monumental for the city. So that was incredible to be a part of. And then just the spectacle that comes with it. After the dust settles, after the event, all the confetti's cleared, it's like it ended up generating $1 billion in economic impact to the city. Wow. And to think that you had a small hand in producing that is just incredible.
Was there any particular moment that, I'm sure that's maybe in some ways a blur, right? But are there any particular moments or a moment that stands out?
So the week of is crazy. I mean, there's so many events that happen. The NFL comes in. We also host a ton of community events. We gave over $500,000 in local grants to nonprofits here in the city. And to just see how all of that shows up, even leading into the game, is really wild. And so there was a moment where there was this family of 4 who were gifted tickets to the Super Bowl. They had done incredible work in the community, and there were tears. And so to be part of that is just incredible.
So tell me about the brand and how you're defining the brand of the Raiders heading into 2025 here.
Yeah. Well, I would say never dull moment for sure. Yeah. We just ended our season last weekend, and this week we've certainly announced a new head coach. But as we think about what 2025 is going to be, it's a build off of some of what we did in 2024, going back to our roots, really identifying the things that make Raiders and Raider Nation so special. So if you're a fan, if you're a multi-generational fan, I mean, there's grandparents taking their little kids to games. What does that mean? And to show that fandom and to bring back some of that grit, some of that kind of attitude, some of that that specialty Raiders-esque feel to the brand this year, I think we're going to continue that and build upon it, so I'm excited.
Is it a unique marketing challenge that you have when you want to build a brand and maybe have your strategy, but you certainly are, I don't want to say restricted, but you're certainly tied to what's going on the football field with the team, with the coaching staff, with all these things that aren't necessarily in your purview. So how do you think about, you have this product, but you don't maybe fully have the same input into the product as maybe other marketers might have and other companies? Or maybe you do, maybe I'm getting that wrong, but I think you're in a unique situation as a marketer and people might be interested in how you think about that.
Yeah, I think, it's a catch-22 for sure. I would say the first part is that I do feel fortunate, because if you work for any sort of sports team, and I think why we have such great sponsors, such great brands that integrate with the Raiders, it's because you have built-in stories, right? There's such incredible drama that unfolds. Whatever happens from one week to the next is so memorable, right? And it means so much to this very passionate fan base. But the flip side of that also is that you have to be really careful and mindful that this means something that's so passionate to people, and that it's generations of fans that may have become, engaged in the Raiders, and so they're living, they're living and dying with what happens, and you're along for the ride, and so you're trying to maximize that lightning in a bottle and take it from week to week. And when we have the wins, we're going to celebrate them, and when we have the losses, we're going to pivot to talking about all the other great stuff that we're doing, whether it's in the community, whether it's also showcasing our incredible fans who show up no matter wins or losses. I think that's the important piece.
So we're here at CES. It's obviously in your backyard here in Las Vegas. But what are some of the tech trends that you're looking at as a marketer going into 2025 when you think about ways to reach these audiences?
Oh, for sure. Well, I think the first part, and what seems to be the general theme here at CES this year, is AI. For our internal groups, we're developing an AI task force and thinking about not only how we look at it, using artificial intelligence across every department in the organization, but also how we future-proof the business and how we should be looking at technologies moving forward. I'm also really excited about Crowd IQ. That ultimately is this mapping of the interior stadium bowl that allows us to measure crowd sentiment, measure what types of fans are showing up, like what clothing they're wearing. Are they fans? Are they fans of an opposing team? How are they engaging? Do they look happy? Do they look sad? Do they look bored? Can we surprise and delight those fans? Wow. So really acting in real time, which I'm excited about.
So it's pretty good at measuring that kind of emotional temperature of the crowd.
Yeah, it's unreal. It does facial recognition, which is a little bit different than like, well, it does facial analysis, different than facial recognition, where it's going to say, okay, you as a male wearing blue sitting there, versus saying, oh, I'm identifying exactly this person, name, date of birth.
I see. Okay. How do you think about, by the way, when you're thinking about the physical infrastructure that you're building out here to make these different technology ideas come to life, how do you balance out the need for kind of longevity, or obviously operating within a stadium, with the fact that technology is evolving and changing so rapidly?
Yeah, well, I think outside of the stadium, I think that's something that every marketer is challenged with, really everybody in business, right? Things are so rapidly evolving that you're trying to capture just what makes sense. And also, what's viable, because the other piece of it is, as fast as technology moves, sometimes from a business standpoint, it's tough to keep up with, right? Because you want to make sure privacy controls, right? That's a big one. Does it match with our legal policies? Like that infrastructure, making sure everything's lockstep. So that's the other piece, right? Everybody's staying connected in 2025 and keeping in close contact with our IT teams, our legal teams, our privacy group, because all of that's important in any new tech.
I want to ask about reaching younger generations. My son Max is 10, and he's a huge fan of the NFL. And when Taylor Swift shows up for a Super Bowl, my daughter Maya, who's 7, is loving that, right? So how do you think about reaching this young generation of fans? You're saying grandparents are bringing their kids, right?
Sure.
Their grandkids. Yeah. But do younger fans, younger generations, want something different from the experience, and how are you delivering that?
Oh, sure. Multiple ways. To your point with Maya that loves Taylor Swift, or your son who's just a really big, massive NFL fan, it's all the different ways of engagement. The NFL's done an incredible job of partnering with Disney or Nickelodeon and creating these kind of enhanced gamified experiences where you see NFL players in Andy's toy room, like Toy Story, or you see Nickelodeon, where we had last year our players interact and be slimed, which is crazy. That's still a thing. I remember that when I was a kid, of like celebrities and
Slime
athletes
is still
being
gross
slimed.
And it's still fun, I guess.
Apparently so. But the way that we're engaging with Raiders is we're constantly thinking about that second screen experience. Gone are the days of thinking about just what happens in the stadium, but it's how are people engaging at home?
Yeah.
And not only that, but that they may not be watching a full game the whole time, right? So how do you create short form content? How do you create it in a fun and engaging way that's going to capture their attention, where, a 2 or 4 hour game is probably not.
So it's like the game is like the nucleus, but it's just the nucleus, the core of this much broader kind of story generation machine that can include on the field, off the field, celebrities, charity stuff in the community, what the team's doing, drama, all these sorts of things, all these stories.
Oh, for sure. I think that one of the things that makes NFL still such a valuable property is because everything happens within a play. Yeah, you could have a long-form game, but you have one play and a few seconds where you have just greatness that happens, and then that ends up becoming clip highlights, and you see touchdown dances, and you see fans such as Taylor Swift having a great time and their experience, and all of those become moments that are then shared weeks on end long after the game's over.
Well, I think you've given us a few potentially viral moments in this interview, and I really appreciate your clippable thoughts, Kristen Banks, for the Las Vegas Raiders. Really appreciate your time today.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And thank you so much for joining us here in the C-Space studio. We've got more to come. Don't go anywhere. I'm James Kotecki. This is CES 2025. Hey, welcome back. You're in the C-Space studio here at CES with me, James Kotecki, and with us is Jeff Jury, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Connected Car at Xperi. Welcome back, Jeff. This is your fourth time chatting with us.
Yes, thank you. Number 4.
You're a veteran of the C-Space studio, and we're so
Yes.
glad to welcome you back.
Thank
from your
you.
perspective here at the beginning of 2025. So I always have you define the brand, but maybe brands continue to change and evolve and position themselves. So what does Xperi mean and stand for here at the beginning of 2025?
Yeah, so Xperi is all about an immersive entertainment experience in the home, in the car, or wherever you're going. And what I'm really focused on is in the car, or in the mobility device, let's call it that, because the definition of car is changing a little bit.
100%. We've seen, I even saw, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of autonomous vehicles here on display at CES. There was one ad that I saw on the strip for a car that I think some are actually now starting to be active out in the world as well. So what's your message then here at CES 2025? What are you here to say?
We're looking at the fact that if you go to this show floor, you'll see autonomy everywhere. You'll see dump trucks with autonomy. You'll see trash trucks. You'll see cars. You'll see everything. And with all that autonomy, it really increases the opportunity to have a more immersive entertainment experience in the cabin or in the vehicle.
Yeah.
And so we're really about how do you do that? How do you do it effectively? How do you do it in a way that the consumer or the passengers really get an amazing experience?
So what are some of the things that you're able to provide now that people might be interested in as far as the level of immersion that you're talking about?
Well, actually today, this week, we're demonstrating IMAX Enhanced in the vehicle, which is an improved audio and visual experience in a Mercedes vehicle. It's a partnership we did with Mercedes and Sony. And we're also showing our AutoStage platform, which is really about how you have content discovery and how you have a content-first experience where it doesn't really matter what the pipe is that provides the content. You get what you want when you want it.
All right, so I want to dive into both of those things. When you say IMAX, what is actually the experience that someone is having in the car? Are they literally getting something comparable to an IMAX screen? What does that mean?
Well, yes, what they're getting is a different aspect ratio, which is the shape of the screen, which is you get different in IMAX in the theater. But importantly, from our perspective, we're providing the audio codec, so you're having an advanced audio experience in the car.
Cool.
And you think of a car environment with all those speakers, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Okay. And then when it comes to the second point that you mentioned, which is not necessarily caring where the pipe is coming from, tell me more about that, because there are many different choices, different pipes, if you will, for people to listen to different kinds of audio entertainment. How far down the line are we towards really integrating that and having a seamless user experience?
I think what you're starting to see is that's a reality now. What we're starting to show is this ability to take all this content, and it doesn't matter where it comes from, aggregate it, and allow the consumer to decide what they like, and help them to discover new content based on what they've liked in the past. And the thing you have to avoid with a vehicle is you think of your phone and all those apps. You can't be picking through 500 apps while you're in a vehicle, right? It has to be presented, aggregated, and sent to you in a way that you can react to it effectively while you're in a vehicle.
So is the technology that you're talking about something that pairs with the phone, or is this all entirely kind of built into the car?
This is all in the car. We're independent of the phone, and we think that's very important for the automotive industry. We think they want to maintain that relationship with the customer, and so they should have that direct interface where the consumer, the driver, the passengers interact with the dash.
I mean, many people may have had this experience. I know I've had with rental cars, for example, and I try to plug the phone part in, and it's like there's other phones in there, and my phone's not working for some reason, and it doesn't quite.
Right.
It would be nice to have something seamless.
It all has to be more intuitive.
Yeah. So tell me about the car journey experience then. If everything that you're doing is going right, give me an example of somebody getting, from their house to their office or whatever it might be. Give me some examples of some of the enhancements people might be able to experience thanks to this.
I think what you're seeing, and I'm going to add in a little bit of AI into this, right? Because what you're doing now is you're saying you're getting the content when you want it. You may be getting content recommended to you based on the experience you're having on your drive. Let's say, maybe you're not going to the office, but say you're going down to the shore. Maybe it's offering or recommending content to you based on where you're at. Or maybe you're stuck in traffic and it says, hey, I'm going to give you some mellow content because you're getting a little exercise here and you might be getting a little stressed out from all this. So it's really where the vehicle has a better understanding, if you will, of what you need to experience to have a better, more relaxed time.
And where are you and kind of coming in along the spectrum of full autonomy, augmentation, partial autonomy? How do you think about playing in a world where we're certainly not at the point now where everything is fully automated, but we need to kind of be playing in different zones?
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy, zones, because I think you're going to see quite a bit of autonomy, but not full autonomy, right? I think that's going to take some more time. Yeah. Having said that, you're seeing, you go to the show floor now, there's self-driving dump trucks, there's all this great industrial product that now you don't need a driver for, or you need less driver attention. Right. And that to me is really an amazing change over the last couple of years, that technologies you originally thought were going to be for consumers are now moving into an industrial space.
And I mean, we're talking about using this technology for entertainment. Are we also thinking about it as far as like productivity? I'm thinking if I'm paying an employee to be on the job, maybe if they have time to listen to the content, maybe I want that to be more productivity oriented or something like that. Is there a work, kind of future of work component to some of this?
I think so. We described it as the third space between the office and the home. Yeah. And really, if you blend that together, you could have more productivity. You could do your conference calls from your office, which is really the car, and maybe it's presented to you in a way that's very different than it used to be, where it's much more interactive.
But I kind of want your version of the future, like the entertainment version, to succeed. I'm not saying that's your only version of the future, but I guess that's the version that I want to succeed, because I don't want to have to feel pressure when I'm in my automated vehicle to answer more emails, right?
Well, that's why it's a third space. You want that. A lot of people view the car, that ride home, as their most relaxing time.
It's my sacred space.
It's your sacred time, sacred space. Time. That's right.
So we talked a little bit about AI. How do you make sure that AI is doing I'm going to put it in quotation marks, right thing? Whatever you define as what the right thing is. Would you put any kind of guardrails and guidelines around that? Yeah,
that's really an interesting area that everyone's starting to look at. I think you have to have human interaction in all this, so you can't just let it run amok. And really, I think what you're going to see in the future is a lot more AI, but not a continual stream of AI. Like it's broken up with human interaction to make sure you don't run into this problem where things are going off the rails.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. And do you think about the future of autonomous driving and people commuting? I mean, if you're commuting in rush hour traffic, you look in most cars, there's one person in the car.
Yes.
Right? We can imagine a future of autonomy where we build vehicles that are maybe more designed for smaller groups of people, smaller than 4, maybe 1 or 2 people. But what's the future that you're building for and thinking about with that? Is it the individual in the car? Is it groups in the car? Is it families in the car? And how does that change the dynamic of what you're offering?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's more individuals or families. Yeah. I think the one thing with groups is you start creating mini buses, and most people might not like that.
Right. Yeah.
Now, I do believe there might be in some environments, for instance, go back to a topic we've talked about in the past, flying cars.
Yes.
Right? And if you do get this ability to have a commute where there's a new mode where instead of it being, maybe these drones over New Jersey are actually flying cars.
Sure.
And so maybe what would you just have?
The Jetsons come from the future, they warn us about.
And so you get these flying cars, and that's how maybe you engage with a broader audience, or you have more people that aren't part of a family unit in a vehicle.
When it comes to even families, though, some people might want to listen to different things.
That's right.
Is how good is the present or the near future in terms of targeting audio, maybe to different
Yeah, I think that's there today.
Okay.
Yeah, you could have entertainment. You see a lot of cars now where the front passenger, can have a different visual audio experience with the screen compared to the driver. And then obviously people in the back could be different. So you could have 3 or 4 zones in a vehicle very easily.
What's the current thinking on whether a driver should be able to have a screen in front of them? And the distraction nature of that and how that plays into it. I know once we get to full autonomy, that'll totally be solved, but as we're saying, we're not totally there yet.
Yeah, I think for the foreseeable future, you're going to have the driver cannot look at a screen while they're driving.
Yeah.
I think that's going to remain. That doesn't mean the passenger can. Yeah. And you'll start seeing more and more screens. In fact, most dashes nowadays are starting to become a screen all the way across.
It is. So it's a bit of a blend anyway.
That's right.
Right. I love talking to you about the future. Is there something when you think 5 or even more years out that you have a prediction about that you think you believe is true but others might not?
This industrial automation I'm seeing here, I think, is very interesting. I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of what you would always assume, like a trash truck, is being fully automated that you didn't see in the past. And I hadn't really given that much consideration up until I saw what was going on at this show. And I think that's really probably the future of a lot of this automation.
Yeah, and it seems like that might be a way that it could be done maybe safely or maybe with more trained professionals who are kind of in there as opposed to just a free reign, just give it to all consumers, full autonomy. It seems like that's maybe the more safer
And there's a standard route. that they're driving, right? And I think that would have a big part of it. And then I just saw something where someone said they'd use AI to determine as the trash is being dumped in whether you're separating the recycling from the trash. So there's a whole world of what you can do with this.
AI to do some recycling shaming there. What are you listening to in the car right now? What do you recommend? What do you like?
I think podcasts are great. I think TED Talks. I think where the idea of a visual experience like a TED Talk and an audio experience blend together, I think creates a whole new area of where you can learn or entertain yourself while you're driving down the road.
Well, Jeff Jury, you've been with us 4 times, and I can't imagine that we won't have you back for a 5th. Thank you very much for coming, Jeff Jury from Xperi.
Thank you
for joining us. And thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We've got more to come here in the C-Space studio from CES 2025. I'm James Kotecki. Stay with us. Welcome back to the C-Space studio here at CES 2025. I am James Kotecki. We are sponsored by Integral Ad Science, and we are joined by Jason Mander, Chief Research Officer at GWI. Thanks so much for coming.
Hey, thank you for having me.
We are really excited to chat with you about the data and the insights that you can bring into the conversation. And so what kind of data insights does GWI offer to clients? What's GWI all about?
Sure, so we are consumer insights at scale globally. Every year we speak to millions of respondents across more than 50 countries, asking them a wide range of questions about their digital lives and lifestyles. So everything from the social media, devices, apps they're using, through to the brands they're interacting with or purchasing, through to their attitudes, their behaviors, the things that shape their values and so ultimately drive their behaviors on a day-to-day basis.
And what's the methodology? Are you sending out polls digitally? Are you actually having one-on-one conversations in some cases? How does that work?
We're not having one-to-one conversations with millions of people. It's online surveys that are sent out across all of the countries.
I wonder, we don't have to get into this now, but I wonder if in the era of generative AI, you could eventually have one-on-one qualitative conversations with people.
I mean, there's interesting stuff happening with synthetic respondents. That's definitely a way to augment real-life human
So not the question
interviews.
asker, but the person answering the questions is a synthetic amalgamate.
Exactly.
That's fascinating. So I know that you are dealing with AI right now. You've launched something called Spark in the generative AI space. So tell us what that is and what it's about.
Sure, so all of our data is available on an on-demand platform. For a long time, to use a platform like that, you've had to be a research expert. You have to be comfortable in the world of crosstabs and building complex queries. Those are valuable skills, and they always will be. But Spark is about democratizing access. It's about allowing any professional just to pick it up and start using consumer insights in their workflow. So you ask it a question, it queries the actual data. It's not a library of insights, it's the actual data to return the most relevant insights back to you.
Could I ask it a question like, what does Gen Alpha think about acoustic guitars? And it would return that information to
you. You could ask it exactly that. It will bring back the best match, but also what it deems as relevant peripheral insights. So we hope it's going to be great for those moments that you want to be surprised or inspired by insights that aren't always so obvious.
Are there, you have so many insights in your bag of tricks that maybe it's hard to ask you just to pick out a few, but are there particular non-obvious insights that stand out to you from recent conversations with clients or things that have been discovered through your research that you think would be interesting to share?
Oh my goodness, so many of them. Just pinning it down to a couple would be a challenge, but there's so many. We've done some things recently on celebrations and which audiences choose to celebrate which events, and the results defy any logic, right? You've got same-sex parents, male, who are celebrating Mother's Day due to the history of their adopted birth child. You've got all sorts of unexpected insights that you'd never get without speaking to humans in all of their glorious diversity.
That's interesting because, of course, brands would want to show up in those special celebratory moments, but if they're just thinking about maybe the traditional moments or how they're trying to plot it out on the calendar traditionally, they might be missing some really obvious places to engage, or non-obvious places to engage.
Exactly, and that's why you need research at the sort of scale we're doing, millions of people to uncover all of those insights.
When you look at your data on the consumer side, especially dealing with things like AI, what are some things that people are not talking about that you think are really important?
Totally. So there's lots of obvious things you could say about AI. We all know how it's boosting productivity, efficiency, et cetera, et cetera. Two things stand out for me though. One is just how scared people are of AI. So if you take the US as an example, fear about AI is growing rapidly. It's been the fastest growing concern over the last 2 years. More people in the US are now scared about AI than they are about gun violence or domestic politics, which is quite a thing, right? And in all the countries that we've surveyed, if you ask people to pick one word to describe their feelings about AI, it's fear. So we are developing a love-fear relationship with this technology. The other thing is how wonderful it is to help people explore their identity. So Japan's a really good example. In Japan, only 1 in 5 people say they're comfortable talking about their mental health openly, but half say they'd be willing to use AI to talk in that context about their mental health. So it opens up lots of conversations that you might not be comfortable having with a human in real life, but you will have it in the sort of safe, anonymous space of an AI.
And there's just 2 examples there of the promise and the peril. of AI.
Exactly.
Right? So do you think maybe there's a potential branding issue here, or messaging issue with the purveyors and the creators of this technology, where the phrase AI specifically is what's driving the fear, but then if I say, would you like to talk to, maybe you don't say it's an AI bot about your mental health, it's just a friendly chat bot, and you kind of have the AI under the hood there, maybe that's where there's less fear?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say chatbot, that's got its own connotations,
okay,
but it's definitely about the
yeah.
positioning. And look, consumers have been using AI for years without necessarily knowing it. It's just that generative AI has changed the game of what's possible.
Yeah, and the awareness, I think, of what's the exponential abilities and growth with this stuff.
Exactly.
Are there trends in audio content for 2025 that you'd like to share?
Sure, so for audio in our data, it's all about the rise of podcasts. This year, podcasts have overtaken radio globally in terms of popularity, especially among Gen Z. But also, even younger than that, we're surveying among Gen Alpha as well. It's already a fifth of 12 to 15-year-olds who are regularly using podcasts.
Who's the oldest Gen Alpha? You're the person to ask us. What's the actual definition of Gen Alpha?
It's very slippery, and it depends. We're saying 15 at the moment, but there'll be other schools of thought on
kids who grow up with iPads, is that kind of colloquially the way to say it? You know?
Yeah, exactly. But for Gen Alpha, they're as likely to be talking about their favorite podcasts as they are about their favorite music artists, which is a real shift from a few years back. It's also interesting how many people are using podcasts in moments that were traditionally dominated by other audio formats. So 2/3 of podcast listeners are using them during their commute, half are using them just as background noise to just have something on in the background. Yeah. That is what we used to use radio for. So you can see how podcasts have got a growth curve that's just going to keep on rising.
What about books and audio content like that? Is that still is that a growth area? Is that significant?
It's a growth area, but it's not a fast growth. About 1 in 10 globally are reading audiobooks. So good, solid, strong audience, but not much movement there.
So based on the language you used, I can still claim that I've read a book if I've listened to the audio version. Will you give me the credit for that?
If you want to claim that, you go for it.
I'm doing the best I can. There is, different trends that we talk about here in the C-Space studio that I'm privileged to kind of see rise and fall over the years. Blockchain, Web3, in previous years, I think maybe more people have wanted to talk to me about that here in the C-Space studio. Where do you think we are in that hype cycle?
It's really interesting. So our data is great for determining what consumers actually care about versus what's industry hype. If you were to look at the numbers for blockchain at the moment, it's not an especially rosy picture. Over the last 2 years, interest has fallen by about 25%. Globally, 16% of consumers say they're interested or excited by it. That falls to single digits in the US, in the UK. Yes, it's got some very hardcore enthusiasts and some excellent applications. It's more interesting for younger and higher income demographics, and they'll always be interesting to advertisers. But at the moment, blockchain has found itself in the same group as NFTs, VR, AR, metaverse, things that did peak excitement but have just been blown out of the water by AI from the consumer's perspective.
I feel like you've got so much data that I can just keep throwing different trends and topics your way and just getting these great insights. So I'm just going to keep doing that for the remainder of the interview. The smart home. Tell me, do people care about that concept? Do they define that concept in that way? And what are they telling you?
So they do care about it. I don't think any consumer necessarily sits down and thinks about the smart home, but they are filling their home.
Unless it doesn't work, right?
They are filling their home with devices. In particular, we're seeing smart security really rise over the last couple of years. There's the obvious trend that drives that, right? It's peace of mind. So you've got your regular travelers, your parents, but actually we're also finding that people who are regularly out of the house for leisure activities are also driving it. So regular cinema goers, movie goers, out-of-home diners, regular joggers even, they're all purchasing smart security products as well. So it's been driven by a sort of lifestyle upgrade for that peace of mind whenever you're out of the house. And interestingly, income doesn't seem to be a barrier to entering that space.
Health and wellness is related to the smart home because obviously so much of our well-being is tied to kind of what's going on in our house and in our lives. So I know that health is really exploding in the tech space. I mean, you can see it here at CES with the variety of offers and products here that are on display. What are consumers telling you about health and maybe just how digital ties into that?
Yes, health and wellness, they're not new trends, right? For a long time, consumers have cared about them. They've often been aspirational rather than sort of in reach. What's really interesting at the moment is we're seeing how certain product categories are doing a great job of helping consumers make easy choices that lean towards being health conscious. So energy drinks would be a good example. Once the preserve of gamers, athletes, we're seeing big growth among groups like middle-aged professionals. 45 to 54-year-old professionals are the biggest growing group for energy drinks. Similarly, stay-at-home parents, other groups like that. One of the reasons is the growth of options like fat-free energy drinks or added protein energy drinks. It's those opportunities to make a smarter, healthier choice in quite an easy way, and that's where we're really seeing health trends drive, where it doesn't cost much and it's quite easy for the consumer.
I've thrown a lot of different trends at you, topics. You've given me all this great data and insights. Any last one that you'd want to pick and share that we didn't talk about that you think is interesting?
Wow, that's quite
open to anything. Yeah.
Do you know what? It would just be the one myth I always try and dispel. You will often hear that Gen Z have a short attention span. All of our data points in the exact opposite way. Gen Z have a very long attention span if they care about something. If there's something meaningful, they go down those rabbit holes and spend a lot of time. So if you're thinking short form content is the only way to a Gen Z's heart, it's not true. You just have to get them interested in something.
So they have a great attention span potentially, but a low tolerance for bad stuff or boring stuff or irrelevant things.
It's exactly that.
Well, thank you for keeping this conversation so relevant to so many topics. Jason Mander, GWI, we really appreciate you joining us here.
Pleasure, thank you.
And thank you so much for watching. This is CES 2025. I'm James Kotecki in the C-Space studio.